of us are on the platform. Thank you very much for joining us this morning as we deal with the rest of the annual performance reports of the department and its entities. So in today's session, we'll be focusing on the entities' performance reports. The entities that will appear before us this morning will be the Quality Council for Trades and Occupations, the South African Qualifications Authority, as well as the Council on Higher Education, the CHE. Honorable members, you'll see the structure of the program, of this morning's committee program, is a bit different to
recording in progress.
We usually have it, and that was to accommodate some of our colleagues who will be presiding over some graduations this morning, and so we have tried to then accommodate that, as we know how important graduations are to many once they have completed the course or whatever work that they have been doing. And so we've tried to accommodate that. I mean, it's not favorable for us to segment the program in the manner in which we have, because some of these matters are overlapping, and therefore we've requested that representatives from all entities that are presenting this morning be present till the end, so that, and I know that the department is also here, so that we are able to, when we have discussions in closure, where some matters may be overlapping, we are able to have a holistic engagement and resolution on some of these matters. And so representatives from each entity will be expected to remain throughout the engagement, so that in the end, when we have our final discussions, we are able to reflect on those with all representatives present, as well as the department. However, we have tried to structure the program to accommodate some of the commitments that colleagues have had. Honorable members, we must indicate to all of us that the budget review and recommendation process of Parliament was one of those standing items of Parliament that cannot be shifted and moved around. It really has to be in a dire situation where colleagues cannot come and present. Right now, we know that NSFAS will come and present once they've submitted their annual report, and which they've not. However, the rest of us are then expected to cooperate with Parliament's program. It's not the committee program. It's Parliament that has told us that we need to use the next 2 weeks in order for us to deal with the BRRR process. So it's unfortunately the timing and communication and so forth is not in our hands. We are given the program or the scope guidelines for each term at a particular point. We are able to send out invites at a particular point, and we expect that colleagues are understanding of those particular logistics that take place in the background. Nonetheless, we have been able to find a way to accommodate all of us, and I want to really thank members for their understanding and cooperation in advance. And perhaps let me begin by requesting from yourself any apologies that you have.
Good morning, Chair, and to all the members. We received an apology from the Minister, who is unable to attend our meeting this morning due to other commitments. And Honorable King, thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Anele. Honorable members, we did have a matter that we had said we would address on Friday, in our Friday meeting, regarding Honorable Mahlatsi. I see your hand is up.
Yes, Chair, good morning to yourself and colleagues. Chair, can we kindly note the apology of Mam Sibiya? She is joining a portfolio committee on sport today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlatsi. Honorable members, we did have a matter that we had said we would resolve in this meeting, in Friday's meeting. I see Honorable Chirwa is not on the platform yet. Okay, noted, Honorable Litsie, regarding your network. I hope at the point of engagement, you would have ensured that you have stable network. There was a matter regarding allegations leveled by Honorable Chirwa against Honorable Nzimande during our meeting on the 12th of October. The minister indicated in the meeting that he was uncomfortable regarding the allegations leveled by Honorable Chirwa against him that were not supported by evidence. And we had said that we would then look into the recording of Wednesday's meeting and resolve on the matter in today's meeting. Honorable members, we looking into the recording, we have put together a transcript of exactly what the input of Honorable Chirwa was. I think the most concerning parts of the input is where Honorable Chirwa raises the fact that there is gruesome corruption, theft, crime, cash and heist happening in your department and entities. It's either you're enabling them or you're protecting them, especially with the NSF. You have proven even to Parliament that you're willing to protect criminals who are stealing money that is meant to empower young people of this country. Honorable Chirwa further goes to say that you are enabling because, for instance, the laptops project of 2020, NSFAS was appointed to handle this project. The second tender was issued by the department, is the centralized payment system, which was to replace the payment system used by universities. The third tender issued also affirms that you enable corruption without strengthening these entities. You give more responsibilities to handle these funds. I have an issue. She further goes on to say later in this transcript that she has an issue because there is actual crime happening in your department and you're not saying anything about it. The above extract, honorable members, represents the remarks made by Honorable Chirwa during the meeting. Honorable Chirwa, in her remarks, accuses the minister of enabling crime in his department and entities, and also alleged that he protected criminals stealing money meant to empower young people of this country. Honorable Chirwa did not refer to the minister as a criminal in the above abstract, however, makes very damning claims that are not supported. Therefore, the allegations made by Honorable Chirwa against the minister are serious, and she did not provide evidence to support those allegations. According to Rule 85(2) of the National Assembly, it states that a member who wishes to bring any improper or unethical conduct on the part of another member to the attention of the House, which in this case would be the committee, may do so only by way of a separate substantive motion comprising a clearly formulated and properly substantiated charge that, in the opinion of the Speaker, prima facie warrants consideration by the House. Honorable members, as said, parliamentary committees are an extension of the House, and the rules of the House are applicable to them. The allegations made by Honorable Chirwa against the minister were unfortunate and were also made without following the proper procedure in terms of the rules. We would therefore recommend that Honorable Chirwa withdraws the remarks where, or not recommend, request that Honorable Chirwa withdraws the remarks where she accused the minister of enabling corruption in the department and also protecting criminals because these allegations were not supported by any evidence at this point in time. Honorable Chirwa is not in the meeting at the moment, honorable members, and when she does join the meeting, she will have to withdraw those particular remarks based on the above articulation. That then brings us to that matter, honorable members. We will now have to go into our program of the day, where we will be receiving a briefing by, firstly, the QCTO, led by the council member, J. Subramani. Please do assist me with the pronunciation, and I sincerely apologize for the incorrect pronunciation, and as well as the CEO, Mr. V. Naidu. Colleagues, you have until 9:50 to make your presentation, but I've taken so much of your time, so we'll have to move it down a bit, and I apologize for that. So we're at 9:12 now, and you had about 45 minutes to present. So at about 10:12 or 10:05 or so, I will need to stop you. Actually at 10, yeah, sorry, oh, my maths. Thank you so much, and over to you, colleagues.
Morning, Chairperson, and morning, delegates. I think our Chairperson of the Council is here. And
I actually am seeing her. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
The agenda that we have in front of us indicates that there was someone else who was going to be representing the council. I sincerely apologize for that. Sis Bongile, I see you there in the but I can see you there.
It is what it is.
Welcome, and please go ahead. Apologies for that.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Subramani. I was tempted to say maybe my name should be Subramani Andoni for today. So thank you so much, Chairperson, and good morning to you, Honorable Ms. Mkachwa, and the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Greetings to everyone, the council, the board members, and the staff of South African Qualifications Authority and the Council of Higher Education that are joining us today. Firstly, just again to put it on record, the idea was I actually couldn't make it, but because of the importance of the meeting, I agreed with the council and the executive that I would join. And then just to say thank you for allowing me then and the QCTO to present first on the agenda so that I could be released early due to unfortunate engagements that existed before the meeting was confirmed. However, I am joined by my esteemed professional colleagues, my EXCO member and council member, Mr. Subramani, our CEO, Mr. Naidu, and our CFO, Mr. Gumbachuma. So with that, just to say thank you to you, Honorable Chair, for that. So what I am going to do is just going to do opening remarks, and those will be set upon our overall performance as the QCTO, and then further substantiation will be provided by the CEO and the CFO respectively as soon as I step down. And as I said, Mr. Subramani also is here to represent us should there be any other questions relative to the reports. So our annual report for 21-22 comes, and I'm sure I'm speaking on behalf of many of us on the call, it comes at a time where we've got to reflect and just pause about what transpired during COVID and the many other pandemics that we had experienced over the period. It is a time where we're pausing to remember quite a massive devastation that the pandemic has caused at us personally and the country at large, especially noting that we had an ailing South African economy, and it's impacted so many other lives in South Africa and the citizens of the world. And the added issue then in the South African context was this triad of unemployment, poverty, inequality, and which we've never ever experienced before. So the PSET sector in general and the QCTO, we've had to adapt to the disruptions and the lockdown regulations on teaching and learning in general, just overall in terms of how we deliver to our responsibilities. So hence one of the theme for our 2021 report is themed Emergent Game Changer. So one of the biggest achievements for us for the year under review, which we're very proud of, was the gazetting of the OQSF by the Minister of Higher Education and Training, and this was done in October 2021. We do believe that the OQSF positions the QCTO as the key role player in the PSET sector, and it is going to be a game changer for skills development. What is going to happen then, the CEO is going to elaborate further on this as he does his presentation. I'm very pleased also to report that the QCTO has achieved a clean audit for this year, and this marks our 6th consecutive clean audit. Very proud of that. And actually 8 clean audits out of the 9 thus far. Very proud of our achievements. Then if I were to look at our targets, 24 out of the 31 targets were achieved. So we landed at 77%. And the previous year, we were sitting on 64%, so which is quite a remarkable shift. Again, our intention is to at least get as close as possible to 100%, if not 100%. So as much as this is quite a significant move from 64 to 77, we are busy implementing systems in place to ensure that we edge much closer to the 100% achievement. And we look forward to reporting back on at the end of this period on where we sit. Regarding the governance matters, regarding the council vacancies, we are aware that the minister has taken this up to NEDLAC, the nominations for the individuals to fill the vacant constituent positions. We also have been informed that I think for the second round, that's the chairperson, as you all know, interim or acting chairperson, and the appointment is still sitting with the minister. So we literally, I think with all due respect, the DHET is best placed then to report on this matter that was raised around governance with regards to the appointment of council members. The prerogative is with the minister. I'm very pleased also to inform the committee that the minister has appointed Mr. Naidu, our CEO, for the second term, which commenced on the 1st of June, 2022. So finally, Chairperson, we have taken note of other specific areas that the request, so we take note of other areas that the committee has requested to report on, and these will be covered by the CEO and the CFO. I am going to hand over now to our CEO, who will then report on the details of the QCTO performance together with our CFO. So thank you once again for allowing me to present. Over to you, Mr. Naidu.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Makocha, as well as the honorable members of the said committee. I will expand a bit on some of the remarks made by the Chairperson, and then take you through the performance of the organization in a much more detailed manner. For some reason, the slides now won't move. All right. Chairperson, in terms of the annual report, I won't read this, but it alludes to the point made by the Chairperson regarding the gazetting of the OQSF, which followed the gazetting of the determination of the sub-framework by the Minister on the 24th of December 2020. And we believe that this is really going to be a game changer in the sector. And hence the theme of this year's report, as the chairperson has already indicated, is the emergent game changer, talking about the OQSF. But also the theme of the report is a continuation from our 2021 theme, which was from emergency to emergence. QCTO's role in management of the OQSF will contribute to the PSET's broader imperatives of providing access to education and training that is of the highest quality and that leads to significantly improved outcomes. The QCTO has contributed significantly also to the development of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Skills Strategy, and we have already implemented a council-approved plan of action to respond to the skills strategy. Now, Chair, I want to indicate that it's critical that the performance of the organization for the year under review must be seen against the backdrop of the reduction of the SETA levy grant from 97 million rand in 2021 to 67 million in 21-22. So the year under review, we had to deal with a 30 million rand cut. However, our total operating budget for the year was 133 million, and that is largely due to the requirement for us to tap on some of our reserves. Unfortunately, we were able to do that, in order to keep the organization completely functional. I must indicate that the organization did not continue any of its planned activities as a result of the budget cut. The last two bullets, Chair, have already been covered by the chairperson's opening remarks. Now, Chair, if you would allow me, before I go into the details of the performance, this matter of the OQSF that I would probably just want to highlight, that this is what the OQSF now looks like. And very briefly, Chair, in the red column, you would see that in the previous, under the previous determination, the QCTO could only offer occupational certificates from levels 1 to 8. The OQSF now makes provision for 9 different occupational types. And interestingly, that from level 5 up to level 7, they share the same nomenclature with the qualification types on higher education. Now, you could see that this is going to promote articulation, number one, vertically within the OQSF, indicated by the arrow that is vertical, which is it's a much easier ladder to climb. Then not so easy, and we will have to put a lot of effort into this going forward, is to then redesign all of our occupational certificates that have been registered thus far so that they qualify to be registered as higher occupational certificates or advanced occupational certificates. And this, we hope, is going to translate into better articulation between the higher education sector as well as the OQSF. So basically, it's almost trying to obtain a parity of esteem between the two sub-frameworks. Must indicate, Chair, that although I did not speak too much about levels 1, 2, 3, and 4, we are engaged in engagement with the Department of Basic Education regarding the 3-stream model and how that may sit within the framework and what contribution QCTO could play in that regard. So we believe that this is really a game changer. Now, very succinctly, we believe that it's a game changer because it's going to promote and contribute to a single national coordinated NQF. I've indicated parity of esteem between the 3 sub-frameworks. More importantly also, Chair, we were spurred on by the statements made over a long time that TVET colleges are deemed to become institutions of choice. And if you want to make them institutions of choice, they must offer qualification types that are attractive. And we believe that this new OQSF actually does that. Obviously, it's going to demand a lot from the TVET college sector for them to push up the standards in terms of resources, etc., so that they can be accredited to offer these qualifications. And we all know that the number of learners coming out of the schooling system who cannot get into higher education, when they come back into the TVET college system at the moment, they actually have to drop down about 2 years. We are trying to eliminate that in this OQSF. We want to promote systematic articulation, as the arrows had indicated on the diagram. This is also going to enable higher education institutions to offer qualifications that are on the OQSF. And then the introduction of skills programs into the OQSF as well. We believe skills programs or short units of learning is now becoming a critical element that we got to consider, considering the plight of the country. And so we have developed skills programs, mainly starting off with the CET colleges, but obviously also then looking at skills programs for purposes of upskilling and reskilling. So, Chair, thank you for that indulgence, and we would look forward to, making a presentation in this regard to the committee whenever the committee would require such. Chair, this is just the governance of the QCTO organization, and I'm not going to go through that. Our vision, which is to qualify a skilled and capable workforce, has not changed. And our mission is to effectively and efficiently manage the OQSF. And I'm sure from what I've said already, there's indication of that. In order to set standards, develop quality assurance and quality assured national occupational qualifications for all who want a trade or occupation and where appropriate professions. And as I normally say, Chair, the second half of that statement comes directly from our Constitution. Chair, in the interest of time, I wouldn't go through the values, but they are the generic values that we follow in the organization. Our work is guided by a number of policy imperatives, and I do not intend to go through each one of them. I think we are all quite familiar with many of these. Save to focus, Chair, on maybe the last two bullets, which is the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, as well as the skills strategy attached to that. As indicated earlier, the QCTO played a huge role in the development of the skills strategy. And for the QCTO and its work in particular, the skills strategy is being used as a lens for qualification development at this point in time, so that we ensure that for the skills strategy, the gaps that have been identified, that the QCTO can, by all means, ensure that there are qualifications or part qualifications or skills programs that are in place to meet these skills needs. Now, we also believe that, as a QCTO, we should be not only responding to the ERRSS right now, but we are also looking at how do we forecast what's the jobs of the future, and start to develop learning programs in that regard, so that we are on time rather than trying to catch up. And so this is a snapshot of our mandate. And again, you see, I just picked it up from the point of the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. And in the last block, you can see we already have our eyes set on the Master Skills Plan. We are fortunate to have been part of the consultation meeting that last on Tuesday. and part of my staff is on in another engagement with the DHET today on the conceptualization of this master skills plan. Chair, very quickly, in terms of our strategic plan imperatives, now in the 5-year plan, we had to change one of our imperatives, and that is why you'll see it says 22-23. But when I report, I am reporting on the full 5-year period. The 3 imperatives: creating a dynamic occupational qualification sub-framework, which is essentially talking to the OQSF. And then the change was ensuring the development and quality assurance of occupational qualifications, part qualifications, and skills programs that are responsive to labor market and developmental state initiatives. So it gave us a broader scope than what we now think was a narrow focus on technical and vocational education. So we have not removed the special focus from TVET colleges and CETs, but we've subsumed them into what I've just indicated. And then creating an organizational, a learning organization. So QCTO needs to be a very nimble organization. We got to keep pace with the changing technologies. So we have to have a learning organization in that regard. So, Chair, with regards to those imperatives, and just to report against that 5-year strat plan, in terms of the creation of the occupational sub-framework that has been gazetted by the Minister, more than 630 occupational qualifications are now registered on the on the NQF, and we have 81 skills programs recorded by the QCTO. Now, Chair, we are in discussions with SAQA as well as the other quality councils around this area of skills programs or small units of learning, so that at some stage these would be transferred as well and be reflected, on the NQF and NNRD. So we are doing work in that regard. With regards to our focus on TVET and CET colleges, strategic imperative 2, certainly we have to again report on the lack of uptake of occupational qualifications by TVET colleges as well as CET colleges, mainly because that has been confined to centers of specialization at the moment. But we envisage, Chair, that the picture is going to change probably quite significantly by next year due to the NSF funding to TVET colleges, I think to the tune of about 2.2 billion rand for, promoting occupational qualifications in TVET colleges. So, Chair, it goes without saying that in the last couple of months, QCTO has been, had quite a lot of work to do, visiting almost 90% of the TVET colleges already to conscientize them about the occupational qualifications and the requirements attached there too. And so the same applies. And then the QCTO conceptualized a quality assurance model, which we called the ecosystem for TVET and CETs. And Chair, I'm happy to report that that has been adopted by the DHET, as mentioned in the Minister's budget, mini budget, I think it was 18 or 17. And then creating a QCTO that is a learning organization. We are completing our QCTO master systems plan, and also then capacity building becomes very critical in terms of being on the cutting edge of development. Very quickly, Chair, these are the indicators, quality assurance functions performed by the QCTO for qualifications and part qualification on the OQSF. Now that continues, but with the signing of service level agreements with CETAs in terms of our progress, these functions for historical registered qualifications are now also being extended to occupational qualifications. In terms of the level of articulation, there was no baseline, but in terms of our progress, we believe that the OQSF policy now gives us an instrument against which we can start to measure or quantify the level of articulation. In terms of uptake of occupational qualifications, our target was 60%. The baseline was 11. Chair, happy to indicate that that has gone up to 33.4%, but still, that just represents about 211 out of 630. Progress indeed, but we believe, that percentage should be higher. But we are hopeful that we would reach 60% by the end of the reporting period. Level of industry satisfaction, Chair, research is being conducted at this current moment in terms of that, as well as the number of comparable qualification frameworks against which the OQSF is benchmarked. Now that we have the OQSF gazetted, that work has also commenced. Chair, in terms of outcome 2, the focus on public and TVET colleges, an additional 13 occupational skill, qualifications and skills programs were offered. The baseline was 14, which was mainly the cost project. In terms of CET college uptake, there was no baseline and only 4 skills programs offered by CET colleges. Now, Chair, there is the statement being made, and I have to allude to this, to where it says no approved ministerial plan in place. When we conceptualized these indicators, it was our maybe assumption at that point that there was going to be a ministerial approved plan on how they're going to increase occupational qualifications and skills programs in TVET colleges. That never materialized, Chair. And so you would see that that also had an impact on our overall performance, as many of the targets that we did not achieve are linked to skills programs. But Chair, we would be much more careful that going forward in setting an indicator, we are not assuming anything to be in place, which then has a negative reflection on the organization. But we also believe that we need to be pushing the bar so that there is a higher uptake of occupational qualifications. And then, Chair, in terms of outcome number 3, relevance and responsiveness of the QCTO evaluated. And again, this is research work that is currently underway, and we hope to be presenting the reports. Now, coming more specifically, Chair, and I will, to save time, I will focus on the targets that are not achieved. I would not necessarily elaborate on those that have achieved. Now, in program 1, Chair, we have only 1 target that has not been achieved. And if I can draw your attention to 1.21, the MSP annual plan deliverables, we hope to have achieved 100%, 69% achievement, and 31% was the deviation. Now, Chair, the reasons for the deviation in this regard was the challenge with our SCM processes. Projects had to be put on hold due to the National Treasury's regulation or instruction to halt procurement over 30,000 Rand from 16th February 2022. So I think this affected, everybody, and we are glad that that has now been resolved, and we are able to go out on tender again so that project could be fulfilled. So as I indicated, Chair, it was due to the National Treasury in terms of strategy to overcome this underperformance. It will be prioritized for completion in Q1 of 2022-2023. Program 2, Chair, the purpose is to ensure that occupational qualifications, part qualifications and skills programs on the OQSF are developed and registered. Secondly, is to ensure a national assessment system that is implemented, issuing of certificates to qualifying learners, and then to maintain stakeholder relationships. Chair, very quickly, 72 occupational qualifications in the period under reporting, as I said, resulting in more than 630 occupational qualifications, 81 skills programs, 472 historically registered qualifications were recommended to SAQA for deactivation. That is helping us a great deal in cleaning up the OQSF. In terms of assessment, 100% achievement on assessment of occupational qualifications. In terms of certification, 1,395 occupational certificates were issued in the year under review, which brings it to 3,459 to date. And that links to the uptake of the occupational qualifications. In terms of our processes, 100% of certificates were issued within the turnaround time of 21 days. And then, Chair, the committee would recall that we have the digitization project, which is funded by the NSF. 78% of the deliverables have been completed. And that translates, Chair, into a whopping over 4 million individual trade contract pages being captured digitally, as well as 197,000 plus pages of various books which contain, any number of learner records on each page captured. Now, the double capturing of metadata is the only aspect of this project that remains to be completed, and we are hoping that this project is going to be completed by the end of this year. In terms of this program and the indicators, only 2 indicators were not achieved, Chair, so I would go down to that. So I'd like to bring your attention to 2.13, number of skills programs approved by the QCTO Council. That was achieved. Sorry, not achieved. Target was 100, again, being very presumptuous, but we did manage to get 81 approved. The deviation is 19. And again, you can see it's linked to the issue of the introduction of skills programs into the system. And then, Chair, I'd also like to bring your attention to 2.24, which was also an indicator that was not achieved, and that is the percentage of assessments for skills programs, quality assured by the QCTO. Now, the deviation here was a result of there being no learner enrollments reported for skills programs, and hence it is quite obvious that no assessments could take place. Now, Chair, here comes a challenge also in terms of a target that you set. There is another dependency on it, and it reflects as not achieved, but there was actually no work for us to be done in that regard. So the QCTO will have to really look at how we construct these targets so that we do not land up with issues such as these. Chair, if you would allow me, I will then go to occupational, to overcome these areas of underperformance for indicator 2.13. We now know that there's a substantial number of approved skills programs. The unit has an improved and precise process for approving skills programs. Standing advocacy workshops are conducted to promote skills programs and to ensure that these programs comply with our guidelines and principles. In 2.24, we now know that there are registered learners against skills programs. And so a number of assessments have been conducted since April 2022. So we think we'll be able to report much better on that indicator in the coming year. In terms of program 3, Chair, this is mainly related to issues of quality assurance. So it's to establish and maintain quality standards for accreditation and assessment within the OQSF, establish and maintain standards for the quality assurance of assessments. Now, this is about the administration part of the assessment. Establish and maintain standards for the accreditation system for skills development providers, and then monitor uptake of occupational qualifications and skills programs. Achievements here, Chair, is that quality assurance plan is in place for the NATED Report 191 programs, N4 to N6, to align with the quality assurance in place for occupational qualifications. In terms of quality assurance, 5 of the 7 targets were achieved, and we have established systems and standards for a national accreditation system. Those are now fully achieved and are being implemented through the SLAs with the CETAs. Chair, there were 4 areas of underperformance in this area, and I would just focus on those, if you would, if that's fine. Chair, I'd like to bring the committee's attention to 321. Which was number of accredited SDPs with implemented occupational qualifications and path qualifications assured. Chair, there we had set ourselves a target of 80%. We only achieved 70%. And again, the deviation was due to a low response rate from skills development providers during quarters 1 to quarter 3. Then I'd like to bring your attention to indicator 324, which is not achieved. That indicator, again, percentage of skills development providers with skills programs quality assured against QCTO standards. Again, this was a 0% achievement. The deviation was due to no accredited SDPs for skills programs indicating their learner enrollment. And then 3.31 and 3.31A and B at the bottom of the slides were also not achieved. And again, it was because of the way the target was constructed, and there was no ministerial plan against which to measure any such progress. And this is regrettable, Chair, that we have an additional 2 non-achievements based on issues of where the target may have been incorrectly constructed and based on certain assumptions. The strategy, Chair, to overcome areas of underperformance, 321, 324, will require an enhanced focused approach to quality assurance and improve advocacy. And in terms of indicator 331A and B, we realized that, and although we were warned by the AG at that time, at the time, that we were taking a risk with those, so we've bowed down to the pressure, and we have now changed that. So the revised indicator going forward will be to report on occupational qualifications, path qualifications, and skills programs that are offered in high demand, that are offered by TVET colleges, CETs, and now we've included universities and private skills development providers. In terms of research, area 4, problem 4, research analysis and quality assurance, Chair, both the indicators were fully achieved, translating into 3 research reports being signed off, as well as the 1 research bulletin being published, and those have been. Chair, in terms of our human resource statistics, Chair, in the interest of time, and again, just to bring clarity to the House, that if you look at the second block, it says we have 246 posts approved. And if I go all the way to the right-hand side, it will say 59% of a vacancy rate. Chair, that we have to report it that way because the organogram is saying 246, but that organogram was based on the business case that the QCTO had put forward, etc. But if one had to look at the third block, Chair, that gives the more realistic picture that for 21-22, the number of posts that were funded was 114, and our vacancies was 13, which brings it down to 11% vacancy rate. So, Chair, I think that is what we need to focus on. The top one that we report on is because that is the current organogram, and by all looks of things is that the QCTO has got to revisit its organogram, looking at the future outlook in terms of financing of the QCTO. Reasons for staff leaving, Chair, very quickly, resignations was 1. Now, Chair, dismissals, you will see that it was 3. We have taken consequence management very seriously within the QCTO, in areas of poor performance, deliberate non-compliance with our policies, as well as fraudulent reporting. Thankfully, Chair, nothing at this point in time involves any of the QCTO funds, but we are taking action against any of these other misdemeanors. Chair, from those three, there's just one matter now still sitting at the CCMA, and one settlement agreement was just achieved this week. Chair, this is the issue of the misconduct and disciplinary action. I won't go through this. If there are any questions, I'll take later, but this is how that sits. Chair, in terms of our equity targets and employment equity status, the top shows the distribution of males across the different groupings and the levels, and the bottom shows females. Chair, I'm sorry that we did not include in this slide, but if one had to do the totals, at the moment, males, we're sitting at 47, and females, we have 54. So we have females still in the majority. I don't think it's a majority, but by a very small margin, and it's something that we would have to look at. Chair, I'm now going to quickly hand over to the CFO to do the presentation on the audit.
Thank you, CEO. Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, as well as other colleagues from other entities. I see I've got 7 minutes. I'll try to be as quick as possible. So my first slide is on our audit outcomes. In terms of our annual financial statements, we had no material findings. Predetermined objectives, we had no findings. Compliance with legislation, again, no findings. Internal controls, no deficiencies identified. I think the chair had already indicated that this is our 6th consecutive clean audit and 8th in 9 years. We had no irregular, unauthorized, fruitless, and wasteful expenditures incurred in the year under review. The next slide, CEO. CEO, can you move to the next slide?
I'm trying, but it seems to have just frozen on me again.
Okay. Apologies for that, honorable members. I'm sure we should be able to continue shortly.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay. Thank you very much, CEO. Just moving on in terms of revenue collection, if you look at the far right columns, that actually shows for the current year, and on the left is the comparison. Of course, we've got the DHET grant of 27 million, which was fully paid, and then we had the approved surplus of 23 million, which I think the CEO mentioned in his opening remarks that he had to cover the shortfall in the budget as a result of that cut of 30 million from the SETA levy grant. We also had some finance income, which is from our invested funds, and other income from certification, verification, and all these services that we are now charging. And as you can see, our bulk of the funding was the SETA levy grant, which had come down from 97 million from the previous financial year to 67 million. However, we still had an over collection of 14 million in terms of revenue. And next slide, CEO. Okay, if I come to the statements of financial performance, I've tried to put in some percentage changes. I mean, if you can look at in terms of our grant from the DHET, it only increased by 7%, which is sort of inflation related. Our biggest, obviously, drop is the one for 43% for the SETA levy grant, obviously due to the pandemic. But we also had, some funding from our activities like finance income. Obviously, we now receive our SETA levy grant at the beginning of the financial year, and we invest that with the corporate deposits to the Reserve Bank. So that is income that now we are actually budgeting for. Because
apologies, can I just check whose mic is Mr. Joshua Baganzi, please. Apologies about that. You may continue.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. So I was talking that now going forward, we've included finance income in the current budget because we kind of now have a trend. So it's something that will help our coffers. If you look at our total expenditure, although our revenue decreased, our total expenditure increased by 5.5% from 115 million last year to 122 million. In terms of compensation, obviously we couldn't fill in positions because of those funding constraints. We actually had a slight decrease in terms of our compensation, which kind of remained at 69 million. And you know, I've put in some other expenses which have also increased. So we had a net deficit for the year. This is the first time that we have had a deficit of 12 million, but I will explain where that deficit is coming from. CEO, can I have the next slide? Looking at the time. Okay, I'll just quickly touch on the statement of financial position. In terms of, I think the major thing that I can highlight here is our net assets have decreased, this second row from the bottom, from 98 million to 85 million. That is mainly normal depreciation and amortization. I mean, but if you look at our liquidity ratio, which measures the extent that we're able to cover our liabilities should they fall due, is still very high, 6 times, which is a drop from last year, but it is still very, very high. And in terms of if I want to check on the current liabilities, we had 18 million, but out of those, about 10 million was advance payments that have been made by the sitters. So they are just reclassified as liabilities, but in fact, it is not liabilities, but they were paid in advance. So there's nothing to worry there. CEO, if we can move to the next slide. Okay, so I wanted to explain the reasons for over expenditure. So the deficit is actually an accounting deficit and not a real deficit. I hope I'll be able to explain, Chairperson. This is because the QCTO were granted an approval to retain our accumulated surplus of 23 million to cover the shortfall. But this amount was already accounted for in prior years, so it is not recorded as new revenue. However, it is kept in accumulated cash surplus. And the only way to spend the approved surplus that resulted in our adjusted budget is through reduction of that accumulated surplus. Hence, we've got that deficit. But technically, if we were to say the 23 million, which we already had, if it was recorded as a new revenue, we would actually have a surplus of 13 million. So that there's no reason to worry about that deficit of 12 million. The next slide, CEO. This is just to give the future outlook, Chairperson and members. We have been, our city level grant has been increased from the current 96.1 million for 2022-23 to 111 million for 23-24. But however, I want to highlight that we had applied for 212 million. This was to ensure that the organization has sufficient resources to bolster our core performance areas. These include that we have the requisite human resources capacity to fulfill our mandate and respond to the ERRSS, the uptake of occupational qualifications in the PCS sector, rollout of the OQSF, and completing the automation of QCTO processes. There's a question that was posed, Chairperson, and I need to highlight it here, and it has been coming over the years. We are still in the process, Chairperson and honorable members, of finalizing the purchase of our premises. We have written to the department, and 3 months ago, we got a response where the Office of the Minister was seeking certain clarifications, and we provided those within 3 days. But to date, we haven't gotten any response yet. We have written again through the CFO of the DHET, and we're still awaiting, the support so that we can approach National Treasury. This is a very huge and strategic asset that the organization needs to have, Chairperson and honorable members, and we are doing our best to ensure that we get this asset. Then in terms of, we've just included for the first time in our budget onwards, We had unbudgeted revenue from accreditation, verification, certification, and interest income. These are other means that we are supplementing our budget, and now we are sure that we can do estimates and put it in our budget. And so going forward, we've started that in this financial year. We have again applied for the retention of cash surplus as required, to National Treasury. And the last bullet point, Chairperson and honorable members, is our funding structure is still not stable, and we rely heavily on the SETA levy grant, which currently is 77% of total funding for 23-24. And we have to apply for this annually, and so it makes planning very, very difficult. Chairperson, honorable Chairperson and honorable members, I think I'll stop here, and there's just 2 slides. I know we're out of time that the CEO need to conclude, but thank you very much, honorable Chairperson and members. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you. Chairperson, I just want, one of the questions we were asked to respond to was the update on the approval of the entity's business case, which has been an ongoing item on the agenda of the committee. Now, I just want to quickly indicate that the business case was linked to the QCTO Vision 2020, which was to revoke all quality assurance functions that were delegated to SETAs by 2020. As we have been reporting, the business case was not approved and still isn't approved, but the process of engagement with the DHET around the business case culminated in 2017 with the decision that QCTO would enter into service level agreements with SETAs. And that means that the SETAs will be responsible for the funding and execution of functions delegated by the QCTO. What this translates, Chair, broadly, is it's elevating the QCTO to be playing its quality assurance role. That means in terms of setting of standards, and with the SETAs ensuring what we have now together with the SETAs termed quality control, which is actually the conducting of the activities related to development, accreditation, monitoring and evaluation, and assessments. But QCTO still has the overall responsibility and quality assures these processes as undertaken by the SETAs. And that is because the SETAs are still funded and the QCTO is still sitting at 0.5% of the SETA levy grant. Now, Chair, the only window we have open to us going forward is the NSDP, which says that the functions carried out by SETAs, including the workplace and undertaken by the National Artisan Moderating Body, will be integrated into QCTO, and that funding from the Fiscus and Skills Levy will be reviewed to ensure that the QCTO carries fully its legislative mandate. Now, Chair, in order for this to happen, there will have to be some legislative change to the SETA levy grant regulations, and unfortunately, QCTO, cannot influence that process. We do know, however, that we have support from bodies like NEDLAC, etc., that the budget be increased. So for all intents and purposes, Chair, we have resigned ourselves to the fact that the business case is not going to be approved anytime soon. And in fact, even the figures that were submitted then are fairly outdated. And so considering the fiscal constraints of the country, the QCTO is basically, as the proverb would say, cutting our coat according to the cloth that's available in order to keep the functioning of the QCTO running. So, Chair, in a diagrammatic form, it just says that there are these activities related to the OQSF. SETAs remain responsible for the execution of the activity, while QCTO remains responsible for quality assurance work undertaken. In this regard, if I can just go back to that slide, Chair, this is saying current model Vision 2027. So we are now really looking at how we embedded this model into the system, so that all of the issues and complications that previously existed, and even some exist up to now with SETA and its activities, the QCTO gets involved, gets quality assurance reports, and can then give the final say on certification of learners. Chair, I think we will have to stop there. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you very much, Mr. Naidu, and thank you very much to colleagues. I think I just realized my mic was open, but it's been a bit of a long week, honorable members and colleagues. We will then now be interacting with the presentation that you've given us, Mr. Naidu, Sisbongile as well. Thank you so much to yourselves for this presentation. Can I please note hands from members that would seek to engage? Whilst we note hands from members that would who would seek to engage, I think from my side, I'd like to find out from colleagues in the department regarding the finalization of the office of the chair, or the office of the chair, and when we'll be finalizing, if we, I mean, it's very nice to see a woman who does come across as young. Ms. Andoni, I don't know your age, but it would be nice, to see that type of leadership at the helm of the institution. But of course, what we are ultimately calling for is for the finalization of that particular office. So if we can have an update from the department regarding that. And then if we could also have an indication, there's a plan that is referred to, I'm not sure on which slide, but there's a ministerial plan that is referred to in relation to the target or the outcome on public TVET and CT colleges offering occupational qualifications and skills programs that respond to the skills need in our country. And there are targets that have not been met due to a ministerial plan that has not yet been approved. Can colleagues please clarify us, colleagues from the department, can you please clarify us on what plan that is, or which plan are we necessarily referring to in that regard? And where are we in the process of approving that plan? Otherwise, I think all the other questions that I have, I could bring in at a later stage. So I think for me, that's it for now. And my questions are both posed to colleagues in the department. I see Honorable Litie's hand has gone up, Honorable Mananiso and Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Litie.
Thank you very much. I want to go as quickly as possible before the network cuts me. It cut me for the better part of the presentation, but luckily we do receive presentations before, so I would have went through it. One, Chair, a few weeks back, we met with Construction SETA, and we discussed this thing of certification backlog for learners who would have completed their skills intervention. Last week, Friday, I also did an individual member oversight with Honorable Yabo at MICT SETA, this issue of certification backlog on those who have finalized their training came. I want to ask QCTO, is there a role that they play to ensure that SETAs issue certification or certificate of learners? If so, what role are they playing? If not, what role can they play to avoid this thing of certification backlog? And I think maybe a statement that I believe that as the quality assurer, QCTO should indeed work with the SETAs to ensure that certification backlog are addressed across all SETAs. That would have been one. Two, maybe Chair, I must make a point here whilst opening my other set of questions. I think the we must commend their clean audits. It looks like the chair of the board of QCTO, wherever she goes, she has this thing of attracting clean audits. If you are not aware, the chair of QCTO used to be the first CEO of Umalus. And if you look at the history of Umalus as well with QCTO, very good, even though we must give credit to the current leadership, I think we must also indicate that the chair, I was with her there at the 20th anniversary of Umalusi. And I think they laid a solid foundation, and we want to maybe make a point that maybe she's the link between clean audits and entities. I don't know, maybe she will comment. In her forward, the chair of QCTO notes that the organization continues to operate in a fiscally constrained environment caused by an ongoing impact of COVID-19 and subsequent budget cuts, and also due to a 4-month skills levy holiday, which was imposed on all sitters and entities like QCTO. This meant that QCTO had to adjust its budget, plans, and interventions. The question there is, have this constraint had an impact on the achievement of planned targets? If so, which targets were not achieved as a result of the budget cuts due to the 4-month skills levy holiday? It is further noted that the opening of the economic activities had a positive impact on the organization as an unbudgeted revenue from services offered by the QCTO, like accreditation, certifications, verifications, and interest from invested funds saw an increase of 65% from 6.1 million in the 2020-21 to 9.9 million 21-22. And I think we must say this is commendable. So the question here is that, was the unbudgeted revenue utilized during the period under review, given that it was not budgeted for? If so, where was it utilized? And then, yeah, maybe let me allow other colleagues, because it also tells me my network is unstable. I know my colleagues will ask proper questions to management. I just wanted to concentrate on the chair, because of her alleged link with clean audits. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Itie. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by welcoming the report. Indeed, Chairperson, we must actually applaud the people who are working at QCTO in terms of ensuring that they are consistent in terms of achieving the clean audits. And I think this is one of the departments that seemingly, work like DSI in terms of ensuring that they deliver, and executive, they do what they have to do. However, Chair, I'm very covered on your last question in terms of getting clarity. I think they need to clarify on that issue of ministerial approval. Chairperson, my concern is with regards to the issue of inclusion of CET and TVET, and yet on other, there's no indication in terms of their baseline. So I think they need to improve. When they have a plan and they include it on the APP, they need to be realistic in terms of the whole plan as they do on other programs. I want clarity as well on the issue of the SCM challenges that were actually alluded on the presentation by Mr. Naidu. What specifically were the challenges that were around the issue of the SCM? Because on the presentation, it's not clear why the process was halted. So we need clarity on that. And as well, let us congratulate him for being on his second term in the organization. The other thing that I want just to comment, Chairperson, is with regards to the CFO presentation. One must say that in terms of the audit outcome, the picture looks good. And I hope that this picture speaks equally to the positive impact of our people in terms of unemployment, inequality, and addressing the issue of poverty. The other issue that I want to raise, Chair, with regards to clarity, it's on the issue of the research program 4. During the period under review, the QCTO produced 3 research reports. Can the QCTO forward to the committee in terms of what the focus of that particular research, and as well, what were the findings with regards to that particular report? The other issue that I want to ask on Chairperson, it's with regards to the high rate vacancy of 59% remains a concern, and it is slightly decreasing. So we want to know, is there any plan to mitigate this particular risk of vacancies? And if they do have a plan, can they forward it with specific timeframes to the portfolio committee? Chair, we cannot, shy away from the fact that this is one of the departments that when you get to read their expenditure statements, you are able to see that they have a proper human capital in right positions. So I just want to just get clarity in terms of the issues of skills programs applications. How many skills programs applications were received? What category of institutions submitted the applications? What are the types of skills programs they have applied for? Which provinces are the applications from? Because we're from different provinces, so it is nice to be in such committees and you are able to trace and track that your people or your constituencies are benefiting. I would just end there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hope I'm audible. I have some problems with my connectivity, so I would prefer also to leave my camera off. Thank you. I just want to confirm with Mr. Naidu, which I'm also a little bit scared that maybe I've missed it when he mentioned it. But this, let's call it enhanced articulation between occupational qualifications and then other higher levels of the qualification framework. I would just want to confirm that, students or school leavers who maybe don't have the academic propensity to really, let's say, excel in traditional areas or academic areas, often do have the ability to excel in some of the other traits. And I do not subscribe to any fixed ideas about intelligence or anything. I think that, we have very different and a wide variety of abilities. But the problem that I have, and I want to confirm if the QCTO would concur with that, is that in an attempt to make FET colleges learning places of choice, we may be, taking away learning opportunities from people who would not be able to, or let's forget about what they're able to do, who don't want to go into the more advanced qualifications, and to definitely have a place in the economy. In fact, the whole common economy rests upon those qualifications and the abilities and the skills. I don't know exactly how to put it, because it may sound a little bit, as if you think some people are less able because they have different interests or different, ways of thinking or performing. And I just want to make sure that we don't remove the training possibilities from some people in order to make FET colleges attractive to maybe other people who could also have come to their right in other institutions of learning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Boshoff, Honorable Mananiso and Litsie. I think on my side, perhaps let me also just bring forth another question in relation to, and this one perhaps again directed to the department in relation to the precinct of the QCTO, you know, that we've delayed to finalize. And as far as we know, we may not have been here in the fifth administration, but this matter has been ongoing and of concern since the fifth administration. So if we can have an update on that and what the delays are and what we're doing to expedite the finalization of the QCTO precinct, of the purchasing of the QCTO precinct. Honorable members and colleagues, those are the questions then directed to the QCTO. I'd like to ask the leadership of the QCTO that we just take SAQA. Really, colleagues, it's not favorable for us to, you know, to deal with the agenda like this. However, we are trying to be accommodating where we can. And so I would like to take SAQA at this point, and then we will take the responses from SAQA and the QCTO at once. So let me hand over to the leadership of SAQA.
Okay. I really don't know what happened to my picture. I think the chairperson has replaced me, but it doesn't matter. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I really, really want to express our sincere appreciation for having gone an extra mile to accommodate us. For the benefit of the rest of the portfolio committee, because this might have to be explained even at the end when we are not here. There are only 3 people who are going to be making the input today. My name is Peliwe Lolwana. I seem not to be able. Am I audible or?
You are audible and we can see you.
Okay, and everybody can. I see Ms. Mkhatshwa on my screen. For the sake of explaining to the rest of the portfolio committee, we have got 3 people only who could be able to come and make the presentation in this organization. 2 of them are currently in Cardiff, in Wales, in a conference. And today they have been making their presentation. One has just already made it and the other one is going to make it later. I'm also far away. I'm talking to you in a guest room and having to check out very soon. Thank you very much. But we have got a larger team who will remain behind and should be able to take the reflections that will come. But also to Honorable Mr. Letsi, I want to say that you have made a small confusion there. Yes, I was at Umalusi. Yes, as I was at the QCTO as a chair up to 2020. Thank you very much for the compliments you have given me. But for the last year, it was, I do not deserve to take those compliments. Explaining our team, we have 2 other.
Just take the compliments, please. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't want to take other people's standards. We have got Dr. Julie Reddy, who is our almost outgoing CEO. Dr. Julie Reddy is retiring at the end of next month. And we have an incoming CEO, Ms. Nadia Starr, who has been one of the senior executives at SAQA. She is already being handed over by Dr. Julie Reddy. They are the two people who are in Cardiff as we speak. We've had some upheaval at SAQA at the senior level. We have had to let go our CFO due to poor performance. One of our senior executives has moved on, has resigned and moved on. So which is why we are thin at the moment. However, we are addressing that gap. We have got a new CEO who will be starting at the 1st of November. Coming to our presentation, I've got to be able to indicate that we have made it very brief, knowing that you also have indicated that we must make it brief. We also stuck to the script, especially the questions, answering the questions that have been posed. We were hoping that this will allow us to be able to answer more questions at the end. In terms of our organization, we can indicate that we are happy that SAQA has celebrated its 25th birthday. In the last year, we have dealt, which was the first year of our term, this board. We've had to deal with a number of issues that included retrenchments, that included reorganizing the organization. But at the same time, we've been aware that we need to reposition the organization. Instead of having an inward-looking, serving itself, how it could serve the people of South Africa better. Please carry on. Yeah. So our presentation is going to be very brief, addressing those 7 areas. And as I've said, we've stuck very closely to the script. If you can go on, because I really would like us to be able to get to the kind of discussions that would be useful before we have to leave. On top of looking at organizational matters that were really preoccupying our minds, we've had to relook on our strategy on how we go moving forward. One of the issues that we have had to deliberate on, and we think is very important, we think that our organization, South African Qualifications Authority, should be a body that works for the people of South Africa. It cannot be, it should not have been created to work for itself to make it a good organization. We've got ideas on how this organization should be felt by people of South Africa and its services. And we're hoping that as we go on to proceed in the years to come, you will be able to get evidence of how we think the South African Qualifications Authority should be working for the country and putting the public in the center of our services. The next one. Beyond everything else, as I've said, that in 2021, we have had to deal with overseeing the retrenchment, the approval of the new organizational structure that is very thin and lean. We also were impacted by COVID in a different way because we are an organization that only gets about 40% of its income for operations from the Department of Higher Education. So that income that we generate, we could not be able to generate it, which meant that we were disorganized in many different ways. We are recovering at the moment, but we still do feel the impacts of COVID in terms of our sustainability. I'm going to hand over to the outgoing CEO at this point to be able to give you our performance achievements, and she will hand over to the incoming CEO. We are hoping that this is going to leave us with some time to be able to engage with you, as well as to be able to answer the questions that you have had when you read our presentation. Thank you again for allowing us this opportunity. Dr. Reddy.
Thank you, Chair Paliwe, Larwana, and Good morning to the members of the Portfolio Committee and Honorable Chair and Honorable members. Before I start, I just want to take this opportunity, this is my last meeting as CEO of SAQA, to thank you for your unstinting and ongoing support to SAQA through its very difficult times and challenges. The Portfolio Committee has been very committed to sustaining our organization and lobbying for us to continue to do the work that we do. And I'm very appreciative of that and the support you provided to me as the CEO during my tenure. Just, you know, as the chairperson said, we take the annual report as read. So we're going to focus on the areas that would be of concern to the Portfolio Committee. How have we done in meeting our performance achievements, given that we, you know, lost so many staff and have a very rationalized structure. A lot of our rationalization of our structure was premised on the notion that automation would be in place and would assist us. Unfortunately, that did not materialize, but we're on track to doing that, and I will speak to that a little later in my section of the presentation. Despite all of those challenges, Chair, I am pleased to report that we have fully met 80% of our APP targets. We have conducted during the reporting period 21 to 22, 4 online campaigns to promote the National Qualifications Framework. We registered 253 new qualifications on the NQF. We recognized 2 new professional bodies. We registered 10 new professional designations on the NQF and captured that on our National Learners Records Information Database on the NQF MIS. We also reported to the Minister the confirmation of 545 misrepresented qualification achievements for the reporting period, 45 of which were foreign qualification holders and 504 national qualification holders. This is a very important function for us, Chair, given that it actually addresses reputational risk for the public sector and across our nation in terms of catching these things before they become, you know, issues in the public domain. We managed to verify 161,536 national qualifications and issued 8,374 verification letters. This, Chair, are letters that we issue to national qualification holders who seek to work overseas, and this is done in cooperation with the Department of Foreign Affairs. We evaluated 7,499 foreign qualifications, of which we recognized over 9,000. Now that might seem a bit confusing, but some of those that we recognized were carryovers from the previous reporting period. So some were in our system, and that's why the number looks more than what we evaluated. And finally, Chair, of these, we to date for that reporting period issued 7,607 electronic SAQA certificate of evaluations for foreign qualification evaluations. Next slide. So Chair, you want, I think the interest was on the performance by program. So we had 20 APP targets. I can't see the bottom. I don't know if you can, Chair. I'm not sure. Is it clear?
It's also cut off on our side.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I'm sure we have it on our slides.
Right. Oh, like thank you, Chair. Apologies for that. So our target was 20, Chair, of which we achieved 16, and the not achieved were 4, and I'll speak to that in detail. So in terms of program 1, in the division, in the Executive Office for Governance, People and Stakeholders, we achieved all our targets that we set. In terms of recognition and registration and recognition of qualifications, we achieved 2 and did not achieve 1. The National Learners Records Database and verifications, and this is links to data loading by the professional bodies. We achieved 1, we didn't achieve 2. In our authentication and ratification services, which is our verification and foreign qualification evaluation, we did not achieve our target there, Chair. Research, we achieved all 3 targets. And in our international work, we achieved both our targets. So, Chair, just to say that the unmet targets mostly and actually all dealt with not meeting timelines. It was not that we failed to perform the function, but we set very stringent standards for our turnaround timelines to avoid delays and make sure we service the country. Unfortunately, the retrenchment of staff affected our verification and foreign qualification functions mostly, and so they affected our turnaround timelines, which we are addressing as we speak, Chair. And as I will speak later, our automation project, we will show you, that is assisting us to address this, and we hope going forward we will address it. So in the first one, we did not manage to register all qualifications that were recommended by the QCs within our 4-month timeline of submission. And so we did have 3 qualifications which we thought did not meet our criteria in terms of our policy and criteria for registering qualifications and proud qualifications. So they were not recommended to our qualifications committee or the board. But after further scrutiny, it did meet the requirements, and some of the issues were addressed. So this unmet target was actually addressed very quickly, Chair. Next one. Here, Chair, we have some problems with the professional bodies loading data on professional designation achievements on our NQF MIS system and the National Learners Records Database. The reasons you will see there, Chair, is that 4 of our professional bodies did not manage to load. This continues to be a problem for us, Chair, but it's actually an operational issue, because you will note there, Chair, 3 of the 4 were in the process of being de-recognized. And during that process, their status were unclear. So, they didn't know whether they needed to load or not. So there were some delays experienced. And one of these professional bodies, the Council for Landscape Architecture Profession, experienced problems, but all of these issues have since been addressed, Chair. Next one. Here, Chair, as I mentioned earlier, we could not process all the applications for verifications of national qualifications within the very tight timelines we gave ourselves, 25 working days. And this as a result of the massive retrenchments. So we've experienced backlogs in this function. I mentioned in my introductory comments, Chair, we had assumed when we did the retrenchments that we might have had enough funds to fast track our automation project. Unfortunately, even with an injection of funds from the department, we are on a 3-year trajectory to get the automation project completed. We have deployed temporary staff, but we were unable to meet our targets. I'm pleased to report, Chair, we have reduced the backlogs quite substantially. And when Nadia, the incoming CEO, will speak to the automation project, you and members will be pleased to hear, Chair, that we have made significant progress and will address this issue very tangibly. Next. Again, Chair, similar problem, lack of capacity, because a lot of our processes were manual, as we have reported in the past. So we weren't able to meet our turnaround standards. And this also was lack of capacity. But as I've indicated earlier, the automation project, when it's onboarded, will address this issue, Chair. I will now hand over. I'm very pleased to the incoming CEO, Nadia Starr, to take you through the rest of our presentation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Chair and members. We appreciate this opportunity. In terms of the audit opinion for the last financial year, unfortunately, in the last financial year, SAQA did receive an unqualified audit, which is not in line with our trajectory of consecutive clean audits in the past 3 years. But I'm very pleased to say that there has been some very hard work in terms of ensuring that we are stabilized. And if one looks at the picture, SAQA is an organization that has consistently performed well in terms of our finances, with a history of only clean and unqualified audits. Of course, we are going to be trying to sustain the legacy of our chairperson and provide some clean audits going forward. Sorry, if we can move, thank you. In terms of the audit findings, we had irregular expenditure of just under 500,000, and this was due to an SCM process that was deemed non-responsive. We have made an application to National Treasury for condonation of this irregular expenditure, and I am confident that we have received the full value of the tender process. Thank you. Next slide. The action plan, and we've got specific timelines to address the audit findings raised by the Auditor General. We, through the audit, were already able to clear all of the findings related to internal control deficiency, and we have resolved everything except the two findings that remain, the one being the irregular expenditure that I spoke about, and SAQA is in the process of engaging National Treasury for the condonation. And then we also had an issue around disclosures of a government official who responded to a SAQA tender. Of course, this is outside of SAQA's control, as we're not able to see where these individuals and entities might relate. Thank you. Next slide. The automation project. This has been a really big project, and as Julie indicated, is really a priority for us in terms of moving from very large staffing to small numbers. In the first phase of the automation project, which started in January this year, we've already managed to resolve 4 of our big ticket items, although some of them will continue and evolve through the process of the project. The first is the authentication services, and you'll notice that Julie indicated some of the timelines not met in both verification of national and foreign qualifications. So we've put quite a lot of emphasis on creating a front-end user system to enable us to be more efficient in terms of our authentication services function. We've also developed an automated appeal and fraud and misrepresentation register, and this is in line, of course, with the mandate of the NQF Amendment Act, which has not yet been proclaimed. We have started looking at the NQF system itself, the management information system, looking at the data, looking at the structures and how the database should accommodate the information in the NQF for the future and to bring it closer to citizens. And then we've also worked on a briefing note system, which essentially is a procurement and recruitment system, but we've automated that, excuse me, in order to distance ourselves from service providers and start to do this bit internally. Thank you. Next slide. Excuse me. This is just a broad overview of the big items that we're going to deliver through the automation project. And I also do want to underscore Dr. Reddy's and I think Lulwana's acknowledgement of the cash injection from the department, and I think very much based on support from this committee of approximately 10 million towards this automation project, which has allowed us really to look at this broad picture. So what we are ultimately aiming for is a fully online integrated solution that enables intelligent NQF systems that is able to talk to other systems and share information where necessary. For instance, with the department of, with DIRCO or DHA, when one is looking at visas, etc. In the first block, we have the NQF structure itself. We're looking at creating this broad database of metadata that will essentially hold all the other modules. We're also going to be looking at registration and management of qualifications in terms of automating that function to enable more efficiency and speed in getting programs onto the NQF. And of course, this relates to how nationally and provincially provision needs to happen. And so having automated and more efficient systems in terms of qualifications is quite important. We're also, as I said, looking at authentication services, the one item being the evaluation of foreign qualifications. We've already started the front end build, but of course, going forward, we need to build the entire database at the back end that will also be held in the system, and that is ongoing. And of course, similarly for verifications of national qualifications. All of this information will also be, or there will be machine learning and content harvesting embedded in the system. What we want is a system that is smart and is able to pull out certain trends and mine specific data when we require this for analysis, policy, decisions and reporting. And the last bucket really being the misrep and fraudulent qualifications, which we are automating in terms of what comes onto the system. So ultimately, we're looking for an NQF that is a single source of truth in terms of qualifications and achievements in the country. Thank you. Next slide. The funding requirements for the next MTEF period. We recognize that we've got sufficient budget for the next financial year, particularly because of our restructure, having reduced our headcount. But because of the approximately 70% of funds that we received, we do have to continue to generate funds. And of course, this is always volatile. We saw this during the pandemic. And it is affected, of course, by both what is sitting in our mandate legislatively and our capacity to deliver against that mandate. Thank you. Then finally, just in summary, really what we've spoken about is we have finalized our staffing structure, a lot leaner, but more going forward should be more efficient. We've got an unqualified audit opinion for this last financial year. Through this process, we've managed to achieve 80% of our APP targets. And as I said, the automation project has started and is well on track. We do believe, as Prof. Lulwana indicated, that SAQA is being repositioned, particularly in order to serve the citizens of the country. And as also indicated, there will be a new CEO from the 1st of December. Thank you very much.
Chair.
Yeah. Yes, I think Dr. Reddy can come in to make the conclusion. You've already made the conclusion. I think, Chair, we are ready now to take some questions from the committee.
Okay, thank you very much to Prof. Lulwana and to colleagues from SAQA. I see Honorable Itia's hand is up. I'm not sure if that's a legacy hand or if that's a new hand. But I'd like to note members who would like to engage on the presentation from SAQA. I don't see hands going up. Okay, I now see Honorable Itia. Let me take you for now, Honorable Itia. Shame, you lowered your hand and raised it again. But let me take you for now, Honorable Itia, and then I'll come back to other members if they do feel like they have any questions afterwards.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let's welcome the presentation from South African Qualifications Authority. Let's take this opportunity from the bottom of my heart, at least. I want to thank Dr. Reddy for serving that entity for many years. She has indicated that this is the last time she's engaging with us. Shame, we're going to miss you, Dr. Reddy. You have served that entity with distinction. As you go on pension, I want to inform you that this country will not forget what you have done for that entity. We're not going to forget. For as long as we're alive, we're going to tell all those with ears what you have done for that entity. That legacy will not go unnoticed. Chair, I'm doing this because we have a tendency in this country of only forgetting people who have done wrong in these entities of ours and forget those who have done well. So I think it's important that we must also thank those who have done us proud. And I want to really wish you well as you help with growing grandchildren at home. You must inform them that you have contributed immensely to the development of this country. On the same breath, welcome the new CEO, Nadia. Welcome. You are filling in very big shoes. I'm not sure what is your actual shoe size. I'm not sure what is the actual shoe size of Dr. Reddy, but I can tell you that in SAQA, she's living very big shoes, and we wish you all the best in your new responsibility of as the CEO. Those are not small shoes to fill. All the best to you. We just hope that you are entering that entity when the world has or is moving on fourth industrial revolution towards the fifth and the sixth. Last year or in 2020, SAQA had unfortunately had to let go of about 73 employees because the finances were not good. We hope that we're not going to see such an occurrence again under your stewardship. But Dr. Reddy, they tried to avert that situation. They delayed it as long as possible to try and avert, but it was unfortunately not possible to do so. We hope that I see you look youngish. It might be genes, but you look youngish. We hope that you will embrace technology to try and assist the entity, one, to respond on qualification verifications. The time it takes to verify qualifications at SAQA, 3 months or so, might not be in the best interest of those who are verifying them, because most of them verify because they need to submit an application for a job somewhere, and waiting 3 months might not assist them. So we're employing upon you to use technologies, implement them in your entity to make sure that the turnaround time of doing so is shortened. If it were up to me, if you have proper systems in place, it should take about 2 to 3 days. I know I'm moving from 3 months, and I'm saying you must move to 2 days, 3 days. It might look impossible, but with technology, I think it's doable. We hope that you will do so. You have competition in the industry. I think it's EMA or EMI, something like that, that also does verifications, which is a private entity which us as members of parliament would like SAQA to be not only the leading, but to be the best verification and agency of qualifications and all of those things in the country. So if you are to compete with private entities, they use a lot of the R&D to improve their systems. So maybe look at it as well. when you go to your strategic retreats, concentrate on that. I had made previously, I think it was in 2020, and I want to repeat that suggestion because I still think, honestly, we can use with this one. So my suggestion to yourself is that you must at least think about using what they call blockchain technology to do also verification on CVs. A lot of companies, when they want to employ people there, when they were not working because they were fired here and there, they just, and they stay at home for 2 years. When they apply for new employments, they have a tendency of augmenting their salaries with, I don't want to say with lies, but with less truth, and say, no, they were working in their companies, uncles as project manager or as this and that. But if you have, if you can take up this option that I'm giving you, that you develop a system in that verifies CVs of employees, as you do with qualifications. So maybe you can collect this data from different companies, from government departments, and you put it in a blockchain. So every time when somebody is employed somewhere in your system, it picks them up and it updates their CVs there. So that maybe after a year or two, when a company wants to hire somebody, a person can just apply, and then the company will come and buy a CV from you, a verified qualitative CV from SAQA. This will improve, we can sell it to companies that it will improve the quality of information given to them, close out the smaller people who likes to lie on their CVs that they were doing this and that when they've not done so, and all of those things. So I'm just, I know it's your first meeting with us, but I'm just suggesting, think about it, sit down with your team, check how possible is this thing. I don't think it will cost you much, but I believe it will make SAQA a sustainable entity financially. So I thought maybe I must, Chair, before going to questions, start with those 2 points to our former, now almost former CEO, Dr. Reddy, who served us with distinction, and the new incoming CEO, Nadia. Another thing, Chair, is that SAQA has, if there's one entity that takes women empowerment seriously, that I've seen here, it's SAQA. SAQA, at one point, Chair, if you remember, the CEO, CFO, I can't remember who else, Chair of Council, all females who are occupying these positions with distinctions, not, you are saying you are, in our entity, we have 80% of females, but if you look at the hierarchy in the company, most of them are cleaners at the bottom, not SAQA. SAQA takes women empowerment very seriously. They put women at the echelons of their institution, and therefore want to commend SAQA for doing so, for continuing also to doing so. Nadia looks younger, which is also good. Like I said, it might be genes, but she looks young, and we commend that. 2 questions, Chair. SAQA just said to us that they provided the minister with a list of misrepresented qualifications. Can they share with the committee the qualification fields of those qualifications, and from which countries are the applicants from? Whether the applicants misrepresented qualifications to look for jobs or to study. The number of this misrepresented qualifications is 504. I just want to get their feeling. What do they think motivates people to misrepresent these qualifications? And I think over and above, Chair, there's a comment made, I think, by the Chair that they had to let go of the CFO because of underperformance. That the CFO, I think before the one they're talking about, was also a young female who did extremely well there. And I just wanted to check what would have happened when they appointed the one that they just let go, and exactly what do they mean when they talk about underperformance? Was it the quality of reports, or was it the institution's ability to self-sustain, the innovative ways that the CFO did not bring in order to self-sustain the entity and all of those things? Having said that, Chair, I want to thank you for allowing me to make my 2 points to the outgoing and the incoming CEO. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Itie. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by welcoming the presentation and as well welcome the state of address for the smooth transition in SAQA. And I think one would say that indeed, this is one of the institutions that actually proves that when you train a woman, you educate and develop a nation. We have seen that in SAQA and we are very happy about the picture as well. And Tebogo, thank you as well for being an activist in terms of women emancipation. Your statement actually tells that you are not just, complying to the fact that men must be 365 days in terms of being biased for women development. We can see with your statement that indeed you are on course and in the right direction to be a gender activist, a feminist. Chair, I have only 2 questions. One is with regard to the underspending of 48.4 million. Can they clarify or give us reasons on what could have occurred in this particular underspending? Chairperson, the other issue is with regards to, I think I'm covered on the issue of the question in relation to the applications. I think they just need to give us clarity as well. I want to check with SAQA because when they were giving a presentation, they indicated that authentication services to be fully automated by the end of 2022-2023. Is SAQA confident that this target will be actually realized? What is the status of the automation project? And they indicated as well that the board will be revisiting the organizational structure once the automation project is concluded. What would be the aim of the revisiting the organizational structure? What is the impact of the service delivery backlogs? Thank you, Chair. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Mahlatsi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning to yourself and colleagues, as well as the leadership of SAQA. Chair, I've got very few questions. First and foremost, let me really appreciate the presentation of SAQA. It's quite precise, sticking to the issues. My first question, Chair, I think the slide, okay, I can't remember the slide now, where they speak about the staff complement. It says that initially they had 194 staff complement. However, due to the refined structure and issues relating to retrenchment, they were left with 82 staff complement. I just want to find out from SAQA the impact of that particular retrenchment how has it impacted and affected the institution? Has the institution been able to adjust to these changes? And has the employment of temporary staff assisted the institution to curb the work, the backlog in terms of the work that needed to be done? And when you go to performance per program, I'm quite happy, Chair, that SAQA did not become extremely, ambitious in terms of their targets. They had 20 targets. However, they have achieved only 16 and 4 were not achieved. Now, in relation to non-achievement of targets, my concern is on the target that has to do with completion or completion of applications received for verification of national qualifications within 25 days. Of course, in the response by SAQA, they're indicating that indeed they might not have achieved that particular target within the set timelines, but they have indeed achieved it. I just want to find out, much as they have achieved this target outside the set timeline, what was the actual timeline that they have achieved this particular target, given that they could not meet the 25 days, whether it was 60 days, 70 days, or whatsoever. But I just want to find out from them what was the actual timeline. On the audit outcome, Chair, the irregular expenditure is standing at 496.800. And it seems like, according to their action plan, they have been able to deal with the audit outcomes, but there's an issue with irregular expenditure. And they do indicate in their presentation that they have submitted a request to Treasury for condonement. What are the reasons for that particular condonement? Because you don't just submit a condonement to Treasury, you should have satisfied yourself with all the processes that have been undertaken as per your action plan. Where you have recovered, good. Where you have not recovered, you still need to recover. But the condonement, what informed that particular condonement? With their automation project, of course, we are hearing from the institution that they're saying the program was meant to run for 3 years, but there are delays of some sort. If they could just clarify, at what stage will they have a functioning automated system? And do they think, given that they have not have a smooth running automated system, will they be able to achieve the targets set for the current financial year? Although I'm aware that we're dealing with a previous financial year in as far as the discussion under review now. But just for future purposes, so that we are made aware that the system will be running, they're anticipating it to be fully functioning at what stage, and whether the process is running at a pace that will definitely give us an outcome that will be satisfactory. Over and above, Chair, with the 80% of the total targets that they have met, do they see themselves being able to achieve all the targets in the current financial year, given all the challenges that they might have met in the in the audit under review? The last part is on the qualifications issue, or especially with foreigners. I just want to reiterate on what Honorable Litsi has said, to say the delay in that particular space, what impact will it have on the employment of those that might have received, those whom the complaints have been received about? I don't know if my English is proper, but I hope they are getting what I'm saying. That the mere fact that somebody has made a complaint on a particular individual and they're taking longer to really verify the authenticity of those particular qualifications, what impact it will have on the individuals whom these qualifications belongs to. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlatsi. Apologies for that delay. I was just looking for the tab with my Zoom. Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlatsi, Honorable Mananiso, Honorable Litier. I won't reiterate much of what Honorable Litier has alluded to, but it is acknowledged that the entity has been able to make a smooth transition from one CEO to the other. And I see that this Nadia was already part of the organization, so she's familiar with the STAR. There we go. So she is familiar with the institution. Honorable Boshoff, I'll take your hand in a second because I see now you'd like to make an input. So let me I'll just conclude mine and then I'll come to you in just a second. We do and we must acknowledge that particular succinct move from one leadership to the other. Also appreciate the succinctness of the presentation. However, Ms. Starr, as you take over, I think in the future, I always find it very tricky when it comes to presentations. You can't have too much, you can't have too little. And you must always find a way to have the balance. I think in the future, maybe we can allow for colleagues in the financial unit, perhaps the CFO, and the colleagues in that space to take us through maybe a slide or two on the finances, just to ensure that there's inclusivity in how we bring forth the report as a collective effort of the entire entity. So I think that's just a recommendation going into the future in terms of how we go about our presentations. Colleagues, of course, we must commend that the institution or the entity has been able to obtain an unqualified audit with findings, and would like to be furnished with an audit action plan that can assist us in getting back to a clean audit as we were able to attain in the previous 3 consecutive cycles. So if you could just share that particular audit action plan on how we get back to a clean audit, perhaps in the next 14 days, we'd truly appreciate that. Or rather not 14 days, but after we, let me clarify that. So after we present our reports on this particular process of the BRR process or BRRR process, then within a month from the adoption of the report, we would require for you to have shared your audit action plan to move us back to that clean audit that we've been able to have in the previous 3 consecutive cycles. Then I think I've been covered in relation to underspending. Those questions were both asked by Honorable Mananiso and Mahlatsi. And then I'd like to bring us to a matter that came up in our discussions when we had our working session with NSFAS. And in that session, the committee was informed by colleagues at NSFAS that universities continue to offer legacy qualifications that have reached their term or their end of term. And this has a massive impact on student eligibility for funding. I would like to believe SAQA is aware of this. And maybe colleagues from SAQA and a later stage CHE can give us an understanding of some of the work they're doing to ensure that legacy qualifications are no longer offered at universities. It creates a huge crisis in terms of the whole funding process and journey for a student, because sometimes a student only finds out midway through their studies that actually NSFAS doesn't fund this qualification. So why is the institution still offering it? And I just would like to be brought into confidence on some of the work that SAQA and at a later stage the CHE is doing in relation to this. I think, yeah, all the other questions have been answered by colleagues. Let me just check here on my side. Okay, and I might have missed this particular explanation, and I sincerely apologize if I have. Just a recap on why we have an interim CFO. I think I missed it. I missed the explanation. Yeah, I think that's it from my side. Honorable Boshoff, let me take you, then I'll hand back to colleagues from the entity. I see Honorable Mahlatsi, your hand also gone up, so I'll come to you after Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just have one question, and that is how exactly will the automation of the comparison of qualification work? What kind of machines do, and in which way will it then be checked by humans? We often hear about the automation of this process, but it seems to me quite a complicated process to do that, and I would like to know what the machines would do and what humans would do, if that can be explained in more detail. And then Honorable Letsie gave such a good input that I nearly wanted to ask him a question, but I'll pass on that. And then I would just like to add my voice to other members who congratulated the new CEO and expressed gratitude to the, well, not the previous, but the current CEO, current for yet another month. And then I would just close by saying it's always nice for me hearing from SAQA, because their office is just about a stone throw from where I grew up. Although not on the Linwood side, we didn't have that much money, but on the other side. And it lets me feel a little bit at home when I hear SAQA. But my only question is about the automation process. Thank you, Chair.
You can call me for that question.
Thank you, Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Mahlatsi.
Thank you very much, and apologies for coming back again. I wanted to find out, Chair, in terms of the actual targets for qualifications, somebody, where they check authenticity of qualifications. Do they get more than they had anticipated in as far as their targets are concerned? I just want to find out, because it also explains the delay in terms of why they delay, if they do get more than they have targeted for. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mahlatsi. Chair Lolwana and both outgoing and incoming CEO, those are the questions and comments from members. We will and this is to SAQA, so we'll start with SAQA and then come to QCTO. Want to apologize to colleagues from the QCTO. So let's go to SAQA first, and then then we'll continue.
Honorable Chair, if you don't mind, I will start and then I'll hand over to the Chair and Nadia. And so I will take some of the questions. It's a pleasure to speak to Parliament, so I'm seizing this opportunity as my last opportunity, and I think I'm best placed to respond to the questions. First of all, Honorable Letsie and all other members, thank you for your kind words. You have been a stalwart supporter, and I know, you have called us and always been concerned, even when we had our previous CFO, and your interest and interventions is deeply appreciated in terms of your support for SAQA and the work we do, and all the members of the Portfolio Committee. So I really apologize. I really appreciate that, and I want to thank you for your very kind words. So let me just start from the top. In terms of our timelines for verifications, your comment is noted about the turnaround times. Unfortunately, And, you know, I don't want to take away that the lack of capacity because our processes are manual has delayed our work. But I just want to also, as we have reminded the portfolio committee, when we present our APPs and our annual report, that the biggest problem, and maybe the elephant in the room, people use that term in South Africa, is that a lot of the information is not digitized. So that's a big constraint that we face in a meeting turnaround times. In fact, Honorable Letsia, for those qualifications, achievements that sit on our database, we're able to turn it around within 24 hours or less. If it is on our database, we're able to do that. But if we have to do field work and go to the, where the archives and the information sits in the basement of the DBE, we actually, one of our staff members spends almost 3 days a week going through all the manual records, looking for the information. In fact, I just want to say that we will never, ever issue, a judgment if we don't have evidence. So if we can't find the original records, then we will not say whether the qualification has been confirmed or not. So I also just want to say that sometimes we can't even find the qualifications, there are records missing. And the other challenge we face, and this is mostly in the higher education sector, is the delay in getting the information loaded onto our management information system. So a lot of the new graduates come to us and want, they're applied for jobs or they need their qualifications verified for further studies. And it is a challenge for us because it's not already loaded onto our database. We also have a lot of data gaps. So we face a lot of challenges, but the previous Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, which is what it's called now, Minister Pando, did make a comment that in the years that SAQA has been doing this function since 2010, we have had no, no issue in the public domain of fraudulent qualifications actually going past the system and a person being appointed. So I think our rigor, Honorable Letsia, and the fact that, there are delays, we take a lot of time, but we do stand by the work that we do. We are, facing competition. We do have people that actually, in the private sector that compete with us. But even there, people have come back to SAQA to confirm the work that they have done because of the rigor of our processes. I like your suggestion of the blockchain technology about expanding it to verification of CVs. In fact, we are very much engaging in the whole discourse on credentials, of which qualifications is one part, and the discourse globally on micro-credentials and qualification and non-learning, non-formal and informal learning recognition, and how do we actually look at all the credentials that people bring in their CVs, and how can we validate that and verify that? So that's some project we have started looking into. You asked for a list of the misrepresented qualifications that we reported for the previous year. We will compile the information. We don't have the details currently, and we will send it to members of parliament, over the next few days, especially the ones about countries. As we have stated in previous meetings, one of the big concerns that have come up is that some of the qualifications from foreign applicants have actually been from refugees and asylum seekers who live in South Africa, because they are not able to meet our requirements for authentic and original documentation. They have partial documentation. In fact, SAQA is the key implementing agency for the Addis Convention in terms of looking at alternative methodology to recognize refugees and asylum seekers. And that project, we've got funding from overseas. We are piloting it. We've made substantial progress. And that is why myself and my team are overseas. We're presenting on a global platform the work we're doing in recognizing the qualifications of refugees and asylum seekers who live in South Africa. Honorable Mananiso, you asked about the underspending. So the underspending, if I can explain it, part of that is about 22 million is related to the automation project and our ICT and MIS related costs that we are incurring. The remainder of that is funds that we have to put aside because we have a labor court matter from the union from Nahawu, who is representing our retrenched staff. And, you know, although we did all our work, we followed all labor relations procedures and, you know, and know that we have, you know, met all the requirements. We were advised by our legal counsel to set money aside if we lose the case in a worst case scenario. It is sitting in the labor court and we allocated an amount of 35 million for that. We have reported in our previous APP submission that we are also looking at possibly moving out of our building. It is a very old building. It no longer meets our requirements. The minister has given us permission to do that. And some of this funds, if we do finally win the case, will both, you know, support the movement for us to new premises with a smaller infrastructure, and also to furnish the place and, you know, fix some of the things. If we have to stay in our building, it needs almost 25 million for us to fix the building so it's habitable and meets safety requirements. And we might need to put an injection in terms of our automation project to get the skill sets that we need. And, you know, IT people are very expensive. So some of that money will go into recruiting the right people to run our new IT and technology and digitized infrastructure. I'll have Nadia speak to all the automation questions. So I'll move on. Honorable Mashlatsi, you spoke about our staff complement. Yeah, it's more than half, as you can see. We now have 84. Obviously, as the chair has said, it has major impact on our work. SAQA has never had funds to actually automate and get the right technology to do our work, possibly in the last 5 or 10 years. We've always been, you know, constrained by budget. And even though we have rationalized our structure, a lot of our processes and systems are very manual and labor intensive. And those are the things that we are trying to, you know, shift to electronic processes and try to fast track. So those are the things that we are trying to see what we could do. Why we haven't really filled our staff capacity. The people we have right now, we're working in a hybrid model where people are doing multiple portfolios. This is just to sustain us. We've been very mindful that it was the only way for us to get a balanced budget for 22-23. We could not make any projections because we had to submit the budget during COVID when we hadn't had any income. Our income is looking up after the borders opened and lockdown measures were, you know, repealed, but there was no way we could make any projections. And now we are saying that we are, you know, as mentioned by Nadia, it's a good time for us that we have made some progress in our, you know, automation project. that we know what kind of skill sets we have used. I just want to assure the committee that when we got temporary staff or contract staff to help us with the backlogs, our first point of call was our list of retrenched staff that we brought in, because they could hit the ground running, they could step in, and we did have an obligation that we were very, very torn in having to retrench in the first place, as you said, Honorable Letsia, and that whenever we needed additional capacity, we would use these people, and going forward, if we need to hire even full-time capacity, we would go back to the staff we were forced to retrench. In terms of performance by programs, you rightly said that we met 16 of our 20 targets. A lot of it is, as I said, a turnaround times. We did complete the work. I do not have the information on hand about how far behind we were in terms of our backlogs. We were asked by, to address some of the complaints. The DG did ask us to provide monthly reports on how we are dealing with the backlog. Our board has also asked us to report, and I do in my CEO report, but we will pull together that information and say how far out we were in terms of meeting our delivery standards and what was our actual turnaround times. I must say we had a lot of IT problems, and some of the applications did fall through the cracks, and people had to remind us that, they'd been waiting a long time. When we did get complaints or any interventions, it came to my office. I managed it personally, and I tried to turn it around as quickly as possible so it wouldn't have impact in terms of people losing their job opportunities or any adverse impacts. But we were also mindful that, the people who made the most noise did not go on the top of the queue, and other people who were very patient were neglected. So we were very mindful about all of that. I'll also have Nadia talk about the irregular expenditure. It related to our supply chain. And actually, there was a difference of opinion in our Audit and Risk Committee and our internal auditors about whether that actually was irregular expenditure or not. And it related to, we didn't give one of our respondents to the tender an adequate time to respond when we re-advertised. Nadia, it had something to do with that. And I think we just need to look at it, because it was a difference of opinion on whether it was actually an irregular expenditure because of the interpretation of our supply chain policy and national treasury regulations. We're hoping we're going to meet this year's target. We already know that we haven't been able to meet our timelines to date for our first 3 quarters, so that continues to be a perennial problem for us. We do quarterly reviews, and so far we're on track at the, we finished 2 quarters already, and we're on track to meeting our targets, but meeting our delivery standards and our timelines continues to be a challenge for us. So I must be honest about that. The last question. Chair, I note what you said. We do have our interim CFO on standby to present the financials, but last time you said we had 20 minutes and we weren't able to present our whole presentation when we did the APP, and that's why we focused very specifically on the questions. But if you want, he has got our finances, we can present it on request. So our whole financial team is here, but also because we don't have a CFO, and I'll have the chair speak about the issues around, the CFO leaving SAQA, in an untimely manner. The last, I think, 2 things. The NSPAS about the legacy qualifications. Chair, we are mindful of this. And these are all, you know, the end of the transition from the 8 level to the 10 level NQF, old qualification meeting new requirements from the SAQA Act to the NQF. We feel strongly that you can't have endless transitions. So the minister has determined that by December 2023, there will be no legacy qualifications per se. Everything will be aligned to the new NQF Act. But when we deregister qualifications, we do put in throughput timelines so that candidates who are already in the program, even though those have been deregistered or will no longer be offered as qualifications in a new cycle, there is a date and a period, a window given to those people to complete the qualifications. So they are still valid qualifications, but no new applications will be taken in. Nadia will speak a little more about that, and I'm sure the CHE will talk about that. But they are just not left in limbo, and we are very mindful that there needs to be enough time, even after the end date, for the people to adequately complete, even those who are repeating some modules or will graduate later than the normal duration of that qualification. Advocate Boshoff, you also asked about the automation, so I'll let Ladia speak to that, but maybe first the chair to speak about the CFO. Thank you very much for this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reddy. I thought that I would come just towards the end. Maybe Nadia must just finish and then I can come and I'll talk about the CFO as well.
Thanks, Prof. Lulwana. Thank you for the questions, honourable members. I just want to go back to one or two things to add to what Dr. Reddy has said. In terms of misrepresentations, the countries with the highest numbers are Zimbabwe and India, and these are national diplomas and diplomas where they've indicated that they've completed, but when we look at the records, it generally dropouts or incomplete. In terms of Zimbabwe, it's usually the school leaving qualifications, and India, it's mostly engineering studies. The reasons for these are generally critical skills visas for employment and study. I also wanted to just quickly talk to the NSFAS issue before I go to the automation project. In terms of the NS or the legacy qualifications, what SAQA is also doing is we've recognized that there's perhaps some I want to say some misunderstanding, but also some mischief in the system. And so there's both what we call a data validation project, DVP, where SAQA works with the CHE and DHET, because of course all three entities have records pertaining to these qualifications. So SAQA looks at its registration information in terms of the qualification. CHE aligns that to the accreditation of the institution, and the DHET looks at the program qualification mix, so that each of these pillars are aligned. Because what we've also found is that there are some discrepancies between the systems, and that also, of course, causes issues. We are also very closely engaged with NSFAS, and this has been a recent development where we are directly engaging them as soon as we update anything on our systems, and that really helped, I think, having more responsiveness from the NSFAS in terms of the funding issues. In terms of the automation, let me just appreciate the free advice that we've gotten from Honourable Letsie, and we'll certainly be calling on him for further advice. But there's some very good ideas that has come through, and I'm very pleased to say that I think the team, both myself and the incoming executives, are already really looking at how do we use technology better to enable the work we do. And I think it's a really important point that we will take forward. In terms of the automation project, the entire project, it was delayed in starting, but we have, from start, we've progressed very quickly. And in fact, in the first 3 months, in the first quarter, we did, you know, the equivalent of a year of work with the automation service provider. And we did so because the automation service provider, who I'm very happy to say is a very agile, young, Black woman-owned entity, was incredibly responsive. They doubled their resources in order for, you know, for us to catch up that time. So as it stands now, we don't have any delays in the implementation, but of course it was delayed in starting. That said, the entire project will be closing at the end of 2024, so a fully functioning end-to-end system by the end of December 2024. But the crucial elements of the authentication services where we really are struggling, we intend to have a fully functioning system that will really assist us also with the performance timelines by December 2023. So in the next year, we'll start to release certain components and modules, first the client services, but then the back-end stuff, which is incredibly important in terms of automation. I think Dr. Reddy has already indicated that automation will impact on our structure. And so what we see is, you know, having to let go of some of the temps as we implement automation. But equally, we do see, as Dr. Reddy has indicated, the need to bring in specialist staff, particularly IT staff, so that we have in-house the capacity to further develop the R&D and the innovation that will be required once we've implemented the system. And then what does the machine do and what does the person do? Just very briefly, there will always be a space, I think, for human beings in our process, because you know, there is that comparative and professional discretion element in what we do. When one looks at a result, yes, this person has achieved this qualification. Where does it sit on the NQF? Do we consider the research? Do we consider the subject matter, etc.? But that being said, what we expect the machine to do in both national and foreign qualifications is to take in the application and resolve the payment issues. This has been a big stumbling block for us because we don't have capacity to issue quotations, to get the payment and to process it. So we're creating an entire payment system using PayPal kind of interfaces where the individual is able to engage with our system, pay and get onto the system very quickly. And this has been, as I said, a big hurdle. We're also quite cognizant of the fact that there might be people who want to have sort of a wallet that they can, you know, have credit in and just use from. So we're creating those sorts of systems. What will then happen is once the person is on the system, as Dr. Julie said, if the information already sits on our system, that person should be able to reach in, or the machine would reach in and pull it straight out. For national qualifications where we sit and we have, you know, UJ, Bachelor of Social Science is there, it should be pulled out directly. When it comes to foreign qualifications, this is where the human element will come in, because what we can do, the machine can talk to the next machine and say, you know, is this authentic? But then our individuals still need to have a look and do the comparative elements and apply some discretion. And of course, there's always going to be a level of quality assurance where one needs to check the machines. So throughout the process, there will be some checks and balances built in where the managers can pull out and sample certain things. And this, I think, is probably more transitional as we start to implement and build trust in the systems. But for now, we're going to phase it in so that we're not, you know, relying overly on the machines. I do hope that answers the question, and I'm happy to be more detailed if required.
Okay, let me just come in to finish off. I will start with the specific question and then come to our general comments for ending off this session. About the CFO, you're right. You probably are right, Chair, that you missed it because I tried to gloss over very quickly on this matter, mainly because it's still a sensitive issue for the organization. And it's difficult to be able to talk about it in the public. But primarily, there were two issues that came out. SAQA became aware of some things that were suspicious that were going on, not of stealing money at all. Let me clear that. That we decided, the CEO, Dr. Reddy, consulted with me and we made a decision to suspend the CFO. And it did happen at the time of the audit. And during the audit, we discovered a lot of underperformance from the CFO of things that should have been done. So those two things culminated on us parting ways with the CFO. It's still very sensitive to talk about. My understanding, my last recollection was that she's taken us to CCMA, but we have confidence that we have been able to follow all the steps that were necessary to part with an employee. On the closing remarks, let me just say that quickly that I really would like to thank the whole of the portfolio committee. Whenever we come here, we always have a sense that you're on our side. And it makes a big difference that we go back and do our work knowing that the oversight body is not fighting us. It is just trying to strengthen us and making sure that we keep to our commitment and we do the best for the country. Thank you for that. I want to make a promise that I'm hoping that you can keep me to that. One of the issues that I always find when I'm on these platforms, fortunately, I've been around for a long time in these many various organizations. I realize that many people do not know what SAQA is doing, what SAQA should be doing. During this term, I'm hoping that we are going to be able to clarify that. We took over during a very turbulent time. There was no CEO, and we're a new board that still have to form and norm. We also were faced with an organization with no money to operate and retrench staff. We're hoping that most of those troubles are over now. We are going to move forward. It's one of the things that I would like us, together with the portfolio committee, to move forward in clarifying the mandate of this organization and how best it can be able to serve the nation. Because it was the first organization that was established before all the other quality entities were established. And there is a lot of overlapping work. There is a lot of work that is redundant. I'm hoping that is the journey that we are going to take as we go forward. Unfortunately, I'm usually not so clear about the bureaucratic timetable and where to bring in this stuff, but we will have a time to have that discussion. Thank you so much for your indulgence and making it possible for us to be able to make this presentation, especially to you, Chair, because it was almost a touch and go. And we will not forget this. And it's an act that we will owe you and the portfolio committee forever. We are going to be exiting this session, but we have got a number of staff members who are senior enough either to be able to respond to a question or to take that reflection back to us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Prof. Lulwana, to the outgoing CEO, Ms. Julie Reddy, to the incoming CEO, Ms. Nadia Starr. I was listening to you, incoming CEO, and I was saying, wow, such energy, such passion. It really, you know, how you've been able to bring us into confidence on some of the new systems that you will put in place in the organization. You really do bring us into confidence on the fact that you'll be able to run the ship well, and we wish you all the best. And we remain unapologetic in wanting women to succeed when given tasks. And, you know, Honorable Itziya spoke at length on how we prioritize representation. You know, in some spaces, in political spaces, when we stand and we start to speak, Honorable Mananiso, about representation and intersectionality, they say, oh, there they go again. And there we will go again until we see these institutions, these organizations reflect the demographics of our society, which currently are predominantly women and youth and Black. And so we wish you all the best. And as Prof. Lolana has said, we will continue to play a supportive role. I don't believe the portfolio committee is some dungeon, you know, where there's someone like some witch in a broom, you know. I do believe we hold, Honorable Itzia says we don't hold a pen at all. I believe we hold a green pen that is there to be corrective, that is to aid, that is support, that is there to support and to guide. There are concerns that we have, colleagues, as we have articulated, and you have been able to bring us into confidence on how you intend on remedying those matters. And we will continue to play our robust monitoring and oversight role on those particular concerns around, you know, moving back to a clean audit, on the matters relating to the CFO, and maybe, you know, there may be it may be important that there's a conversation between myself, the CEOs, and the chair regarding some of the sensitivities, because we do need to be brought into confidence on you know, where the matter is and what we are doing to ensure that we are able to bring stability to the financial unit of the institution. We don't want to see ourselves regressing. We've done a lot of work, you know, and so we need to just work on strengthening that. And then I fully agree on the fact that now that we've been able to stabilize the organization, you know, we can work around bettering the branding and image and awareness around the mandate of the organization. So now that we've stabilized the organization, we can truly get to the true mandate and core mandate of the organization. And that's just a general concern in higher education and training. You know, in DSI, honorable members and colleagues, our governance and management of that department and its institutions are on par. And so we are able to focus on the core mandate. We are able to focus on what we're doing, on targets, on, you know, impact. And unfortunately on DHET, we've been doing a lot of work on creating that foundation of good governance and management. And it just takes us a bit longer to get to a point where we are then able to focus on impact. But I'm glad that in the case of SAQA, we have reached that particular stage. We do note your apologies, and there probably will be more recommendations that will come towards the end of the meeting that we hope that the colleagues that will remain will be able to deliver to yourselves succinctly. Having said that, thank you very much, colleagues. You are excused, and we will now move over to the QCTO to give their responses, and then we will take the presentation and discussions on the CHE. So let's go to the QCTO to make their responses. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thank you, Chairperson. If I may just move ahead. And sorry, am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Chair, I'll just move quickly on to the responses. I know that you directed a few matters to the DHET, but maybe I can also provide some clarity around the ministerial plan for TVET and CETs that we were talking about. Now, Chair, you would recall that there was the COS project, the Center of Specialization project, which the department implemented. And the COS project, 13 occupational qualifications were piloted at the TVET colleges. And going into the year under review, we were expecting an increase in the number of occupational qualifications that were going to be offered under the COS project. In other words, an extension in terms of the number of occupational qualifications. However, that did not materialize. So we still sit with, you know, just the 13, I think it's 14 occupational qualifications that are funded by the minister at TVET colleges. We were awaiting a plan that was going to now talk about the extension of that cost project, which obviously did not materialize. So I think I just need to provide that clarity. And it was probably presumptuous on our side to think that a plan would be in place by 2021, 22 for the rollout. Chair, then let me respond to some of the questions, and I'll then also give over to the CFO. In terms of Honorable Letsia, you are quite correct, Honorable Letsia, around the QCTO responsibilities for certification. We have been working with the SETA, construction SETA in particular, over a prolonged period of time. We've even assisted them by actually providing space at our office for the construction SETA to come in, the official, together with the records, to help them to clear out the paperwork so that certification could happen. We have succeeded to some extent, but certainly we have not cleared the entire backlog. And these backlogs only come to us in pockets when and where they are discovered. But you are right, we are taking a much more serious role in this. And when these are brought to our attention, we identify them as projects within the certification unit. So sometimes the delay is between the SETA as well as the National Artisan Moderating Body. But I can confidently say that once that process is completed at the National Artisan Moderating Body and arrives at the QCTO, our timelines are within the prescribed timelines of 21 days. But Honorable Letsia, we will look into this matter with much more vigor now that has been raised on this platform with the construction SETA, mixed SETA, as well as any other SETAs in this regard. I think the issue around the chairperson, around Prof. Lolwana, has been clarified. The second issue, Chair, it raised was about the fiscal constraints. And I'll just respond very quickly to that we did not adjust the plan, as I indicated in the presentation. We did not drop any targets. We did not amend any targets. And we tried, our utmost best that even in that, with that budget cut and using our resources that we've accumulated, we were able to deliver against that. Then, Honorable Maneniso, the clarity on the ministerially approved programs, I think I've spoken about that. The SEM challenges the CFO will respond to. When it comes to the vacancy rate, Chairperson, as I've indicated, that the approved organogram has that 250 odd posts, recorded, 246, and then it shows a high vacancy rate of 59%. But I also then indicated that in terms of the funding that we have, we can only fund 114 posts. So our actual vacancy rate is 11% of the posts that we can fund. Now, Chair, with this and the issues around the business case that I have raised, the QCTO is looking at a revision of this organogram because, as I indicated, the organogram was linked to the business case. So we need to revisit the organogram. Honorable Manenisa also raised the issue around the skills programs. Unfortunately, I do not have the detail of exactly which providers, which provinces. So, Chair, with the permission of the committee, we would be able to supply the committee with a written response to that question within 7 working days, if that is fine with you, Chair. In terms of the question raised by Advocate Boshoff around the enhanced articulation, the OQSF and the HEQSF, I want to assure Advocate Boshoff that it does not mean that, our aim is to transform these TVET colleges into some other sort of institution where what they currently offer in terms of trades and the trade outputs will be negatively impacted on. In fact, it is a strengthening and building on that process, so that once somebody has achieved a trade via an occupational qualification, it does not provide, it's not a dead end program. That person who qualified as an artisan could then on the OQSF move up into qualifications that are pegged at higher levels of the NQF. So I don't think our intention is to actually, bring down that part and try to build a different type of institutional type. It's more of a strengthening and a build on. Chair, in terms of, I'm going to hand over to the CFO now, but maybe I'll allow the CFO to respond, and then Chair, if you'll allow me, I will just have one more response to make before we close. CFO, would you respond to the issues around the SEM challenges and the audit outcomes?
Yeah, that's fine, CEO. Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible as well.
We can hear you.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair, you raised the question of the unbudgeted revenue, how it is used. In actual fact, that unbudgeted revenue kind of boosted, our total revenue collection, and in a way, it is kind of mitigated the deficit. If you see that we had actually 14 million that we raised from unbudgeted revenue, and our deficit was 12 million. In actual fact, if we had not had that unbudgeted revenue, our deficit should have been 23 million, which is the accumulated surplus that we had. So it has kind of obviously been put into normal operations. However, like I said, from this financial year that we are in, 2022-23, we have now put it into budget, because I think we're now certain that we'll get some revenue, that is out of the mainstream. Then just to touch on what the CEO has touched on in terms of dropping certain targets because of the budget cuts, Chairperson and members, I think if you checked when I presented, our employee costs did not change, and under normal circumstances, I mean, that's one of the areas where we did not advertise certain positions. In fact, our ratio of compensation of employees to total revenue actually fell from 60% in the prior year to 56%. So those are some of the areas where we had to monitor our expenditure because of those budget cuts, just so that we could be able to meet our performance targets on our mandate. Honorable Mananiso, sorry, the SEM challenges are basically, so this target was linked to a tender which was non-responsive. In fact, all the tenderers did not meet the criteria, and we could not re-advertise that tender because of the moratorium on procurement on National Treasury. There was a moratorium issued that no procurement of above 30,000 should happen, because there was a constitutional court ruling about the issue of BE. So we could not re-advertise that, and it was part of the plan. So that was the challenge that we faced. However, this has since been lifted, and the tender actually was advertised in this evaluation and adjudication stage. So I think, CEO, these are the only questions that I needed to respond to. Thank you very much, and over to you.
Thank you. Chairperson, if you'd allow me, it's not an easy time and place, time for the QCTO, I have to indicate to the House that the CFO, Mr. Gumachumba, has resigned from the QCTO. This is the last time he'll be representing the QCTO on this platform. But he's not a loss to the sector. I know there's been a lot of talk around the CFO position at SAQA, etc. And he has given me permission that I could indicate that he has accepted a position at SAQA as the CFO. So it's a bittersweet pill at this point in time. He's certainly not a loss to the entire system, but certainly will be a loss to the QCTO, and, you know, and for us to find somebody of equal stature to replace him and ensure that you know, the QCTO continues with the way we have been performing financially and in terms of getting our clean audits. So, Chairperson, I thought I would have to bring that to your attention. And you know, I don't have any further comments. Mr. Subramani from Council has remained on the platform, and I don't know, Chair, if he would have any closing remarks. But other than that, that is it from the QCTO. But Mr. Subramani, for some closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Naidu. I think on behalf of the QCTO, I would like to thank the chairperson and the committee for the opportunity to share the annual report for 2021 and 2022. We also appreciate the positive engagement. All inputs and recommendations that have been made have been noted. The QCTO will attend to the areas of concern and continue pushing the bar. The QCTO, being a learning organization, it embraces guidance. So we thank the committee for the inputs as this helps us to grow stronger. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues from the QCTO. Can I check who from the department is here? There were a couple of questions directed to the department. I don't know if Mr. Mbalo, I see you still on the platform.
Yes, Chair, I'm still on the platform. I requested earlier to be released at 11 o'clock. I've got some international obligations. But then, Chairperson, I'll just respond to some few areas. I must greet the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the Portfolio Committee, Chairpersons of our entities, as well as accounting authority members present, chief executive officers, as well as senior officials from our entities, senior officials, of course, from the department who are here, who will be here as well up until the end, as well as parliamentary staff. I must say, Chair and honorable members, we really appreciate this opportunity that is afforded to the department. The areas drawing much interest amongst others from the members of the Portfolio Committee included the funding of QCTO. And I must confirm the CEO is correct to say we are seized with this matter of ensuring that QCTO is well funded. And I must make mention that if we look into artisan development in our country, it is therefore quite very critical for us to ensure that QCTO is well funded. We had obviously the CEO commented or alluded earlier on in saying that in 2020, we had what we call skills levy holiday, which was announced by the president in April 2020. during the advent of COVID-19 global health pandemic. It meant then, therefore, for the period of 4 months, all those employers who are required by the law to pay skills development levy were not allowed to pay. And I must say that amount was quite very huge, because we then expected to have received the revenue of about 19.4 billion in our SETA system, or skills development system. We went down to about 12 billion. It's quite very huge, about 7 billion when we're looking at the end of that financial year, 2020-21. So that had implications, both in the department as well as in our entities, and obviously in this instance, QCTO was affected. To an extent at the time, we came to the portfolio committee, whereby we presented a revised budget as well as annual performance plans for the department as well as most of our entities. We can say now, at least we're in a recovery mode, obviously, if we look into the economy. Though the second quarter of 2022, we've seen that the economy went down after it went up in the first quarter of 2022. But then one can say that there are signs of recovery in our economy and the labor market. I must mention then, therefore, Chairperson and the members of the portfolio committee, that we've been at NETLEC, where we consult with our social partners. When we concluded the process of the National Skills Development Plan, which was finally published in March 2019, that's where explicitly so is mentioned that we must address the question of funding of the QCTO. And already it's quite very clear is that according to those propositions, that it must be funded at 1%, and not at 0.5% as it is the case now. And I must also indicate as the department, because in the SETA grant regulations, it's mentioned as a maximum 0.5%. And I can tell you that we've been funding QCTO at a maximum. That 111 million referred to by the CEO as well as the CFO is the maximum of that 0.5%. So subsequently, then with the COVID-19, we went to NETLEC as well with regard to economic reconstruction and recovery plan, which we know it was launched by the president in October 2020. And the minister came back to us in saying we need to develop a skill strategy to support economic reconstruction and recovery plan. Went to NETLEC, we started those processes. That was in 2021, April 2021, of which we finalized them 26 January 2022, with the last or the final report from NETLEC having received it on the, I think it's 18, if it's not 19 February 2022. And the minister approved then the skill strategy to support economic reconstruction and recovery plan. Also, the issue of funding was raised in that process at NETLEC, because it was the process that was simultaneously was also with the SETA grant regulations review, because we can only deal with this matter conclusively or sufficiently once we've finalized our SETA grant regulations. We agreed then at NETLEC with the 1% that is there on the draft regulations that we will publish these SETA grant regulations, of which we are in the process now of finalizing for them to be published, but then obviously it's going to be draft SETA grant regulations. We were delayed because we had to finish your process of economic reconstruction and recovery plan, as well as the skill strategy to support economic reconstruction and recovery plan. Now we will be publishing them, inviting obviously public comments so that those whom we could not meet in the processes of NETLEC, we can give them an opportunity to comment in these SETA grant regulations. So it's a matter that we are seized with, and we're impressing upon that as soon as possible it is resolved, noting the work at the behest of QCTO, and now that as well Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan has given a lot of responsibilities to QCTO. And I must say QCTO is one of those QCs which submitted a comprehensive plan in terms of dealing with those areas identified in the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Skill Strategy. So we're quite very clear with the role that QCTO will be playing in this process. Just getting closer to the end, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, the issue of the governance, or shall I say appointment of council members to the board or council of QCTO, that's correct, there are vacancies. We have vacancies. If we look into the Skills Development Act, is directing that QCTO council must have 16 members. And those members in the main are coming from various social partners. Augmented as well by the constitution of QCTO is that 2 of those members, they must come from NETLEC. Now, obviously, the minister would write to NETLEC in saying, we require you to submit names. In this instance, to be specific, it was with regard to committee constituencies as well as organized labor. I can confirm, well, obviously, after so many reminders to NETLEC, to Executive Director about this importance, we have received nominations for committee constituencies. We are still awaiting for organized labor. We always constantly, obviously, reminding them, because this is quite very critical that all the social partners are required to be part of the council of the QCTO, are they contributing, as we would wish everyone to be a contributor with regard to our skills development. So we've since received for the community, and not as yet for organized labor, but then it's a matter that we are following up quite very constantly. The issue of the chairperson also has been raised, obviously, by the portfolio committee. I can also attest to the fact that that process, or shall I say appointment of the chairperson, is imminent. So very soon we will have resolved the matter. The QCTO would have a permanent chairperson, as it were. The other issue that has been raised, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, is the issue of the building, purchasing of building of QCTO, of which the CEO is correct in saying the matter has been brought to the attention of the department. And then obviously the department would not just, or the minister, just sign because there is a submission. There will be some issues that would be would require some further attention or elaboration. So exactly this is what had happened in this instance. There were matters that were referred back to QCTO, and I can confirm that QCTO has responded to those matters. And also this is receiving our urgent attention. And obviously, as also mentioned in the portfolio committee, will also impress upon that these processes are quite very much frustrated, because we know that QCTO has an important role to play, and then we would not wish to be party to constraining QCTO in terms of the exercise of the legislative role. I should think then, Chairperson, those are just some of the areas that we felt we can comment at this stage with regard to QCTO. And obviously, we appreciate the fact that QCTO has achieved most of its own targets within its financial constraints. So it tells them, therefore, that there are a lot of efficiencies and effectiveness within the system. And also, obviously, the same can be said of SAQA, that SAQA has also done very well to about 80% of its own targets, which it has met. So it's something that we're also excited and elated about, and also the audit outcomes, which are quite very positive for these entities. And it's something that all of us, we need to learn how these entities are doing this quite very well. The entire post-school system, not only audit outcomes, but as well meeting most of their targets. But then I know, obviously, my honorable chairperson and honorable members of the portfolio committee, you always tell us you don't want to hear 80%, you don't want to hear 77%, you want to hear 100%. Because meeting these targets are quite very critical in terms of addressing challenges enunciated within the National Development Plan and other policy instruments of government, such as inequality, poverty, and unemployment. So we must always impress upon them, therefore, in meeting the targets that are required of us to meet, but obviously we need to appreciate when there is much work done by entities and by department in some of the areas. Chairperson, I should think I will end there, not unless there is a critical issue. As I requested, Chairperson, I would have wished to have left at 11 o'clock because I'm having other international obligations. I would not wish to be invited in the portfolio committee to say there was irregular expenditure because of your international obligations that you could not meet. So thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson. Thanks very much to the Honorable Committee. Thanks very much to the Chairperson, Acting Chairperson of QCTO, as well as the CEO, Accounting Authority members, senior officials from the QCTO, as well as SAQA. I know they might have left now, and I should think we also got some good news of the new CEO who's coming in a mass. Also, I can attest, I've worked quite very well with her. She has been the CEO of Insurance SITA. She is equal to the task. She is possessing wealth of knowledge, experience, and skills. And also, we're quite very happy with the service that has been rendered by our CEO in SAQA, who is leaving us now. So it's a race well run with distinction up until to the finishing line. Thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee and all other colleagues present in the platform.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbalo. Mina bengicinga uba kudala umkile. So when I saw you on the platform, I was surprised. But thank you. I think you did not want to leave without, you know, at least representing the office of the DG while considering that you are the acting DG. Thank you so much. Yes, please do not incur any irregular expenditure, and do represent us well where you are going. Just another thought that maybe you can reflect on. Is it not possible, perhaps somehow, for us to have some of these entities sharing space, you know, where you have a big building where, you know, you can find the QCTO, SAQA, and the CHE in one space? I don't know. I'm just trying to think, you know, creatively on how we can deal with some of these issues around space, but for yourselves to take and to reflect on. And then, and maybe something that we need to look into in terms of a feasibility study. perhaps let us leave it at that for now, colleagues, and go into the CHE. It's now 12:25. I think the CHE was meant to, I want to just see how behind schedule we are. Yeah, so the CHE, you have 45 minutes to make your presentation, and then we'll take questions from members and responses from yourselves, and that should bring us to the end of the meeting. So let me hand over to the CHE at this point.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much for inviting the CHE to engage with you today and to present its annual report. We have Prof. Mosia, our interim chairperson of council, on the call today, and he will lead the delegation. I'm going to hand over to Prof. Mosia to introduce the rest of the delegation and then to do the first part of the presentation. Sorry, Prof. I'm still caught in an old state. Prof. Mbuyo Tom. Prof. Tom, can you please take over? Can you hear me, Honorable Chairperson?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm wondering if Prof. Tom has connection issues.
Okay, I'm trying this side to to connect properly, and I'm trying my video as well. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you and see you.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, colleagues from the various entities and colleagues from the CHE as well. I am standing in for the Chairperson of the CHE. I'm interim as it is because Professor Musia's term ended in July. So this is my first and last presentation on an annual report to the Portfolio Committee. Last in the sense that my two-term period ends in December, and hopefully by that time there will be a new chairperson and committee. Chairperson, I will be very quick. Let me see the slide that comes to introduce the topics. I will be presenting the mandate, the vision, and the mission of the CHE, and two other presentations will follow. One on the finances, on the non-financial achievements, and the other one on the financial achievements. With me, I've got four members. I've got the Audit Risk Committee Chairperson, Ms. Mona Lisa Nkonki, the CEO, Dr. Green, and the CFO, Dr. Mutusi, will be four presenting to the committee. The presentation will be followed by my concluding remarks immediately after. Chairperson, I thought we should premise our presentation first with the mandate that we have as the CHE, and I'm not going to read it through. It's quite clear that it's based on legislation, and the legislatures completely understand the mandate of the CHE. Advising the minister, arranging conferences, dealing with the quality issues through the HEQC, publishing information on higher education, including reports on the state of higher education, promoting access of students to higher education institutions, and performing other functions designated to it by the Higher Education Act. We are also, next slide, we are also mandated by the National Qualifications Framework to deal with the issues that you can see on the slides, and you have read also in the report, the longer report, the higher education qualifications sub-framework, and all the other issues related to quality issues. And also, importantly, number 4 of those bullets, the National Learners Records database. Very important to have that. So we still have to advise the minister on various issues related to those matters. The council structure, as indicated in the slide, is that there's a chairperson, and as I've indicated, Professor Themba Musia was the chairperson of the CHE for the financial year that has ended and on which we are reporting. The Executive Committee of Council, the EXCO, of which I've been a member, was also chaired by the chairperson, Professor Themba Musia. And then there are 6 committees, Human Resources and Remuneration Committee, Audit and Risk Committee, and we have the chairperson of that committee with us here today, Ms. Mona Lisa Nkonki. We also have the ICT Committee, the Higher Education Quality Committee, the Monitoring, Research and Advice Committee, a committee that is very active in terms of promoting research on the higher education. We also have the Nominations and Governance Committee as part of the governance structures. A recent evaluation of the council and its subcommittees has shown that a high level of performance, has shown a very high level of performance with all the committees, achieving a score of greater than 4 out of 5, and a number of scores which were greater than 4.5. So Professor Musia's term, as I've indicated earlier, ended on the 14th of July, 2022, and the term of the current council will end on the 14th of December, 2022. We have been assured by the ministry that the council will be in place as soon as that term ends, and the chairperson will also be in place. The management structure is, as indicated, led by the CEO, Dr. Green, and then we've got the Director of Corporate Services, Chief Financial Officer, who is here with us today, Dr. Mutusi, Director of Research, Monitoring and Advice, Director of Program Accreditation, Director of Institutional Audits, and I'm sure the committee is interested in the progress that's being made on those audits, the Director of National Standards and Reviews, the Director of Management of the Higher Education Qualifications Sub-Framework. One senior management position, only one, the Director of Accreditation, is vacant, and recruitment in that process is underway. So there is going to be a filling of that post. Our strategic plan is now in the 2nd year. The strategic plan 2020 to 2025. The vision is quite clear, and I'm not going to repeat it. And the mission of the CHE as an independent statutory quality assurance and advisory body for South African higher education. The aim is to transform the lives in pursuit of an equitable, prosperous, and innovative society. So it's not just internally looking, it's looking externally to ensure that we have a relevance within the society of South Africa through the higher education processes that have been shown in our mandate. The values are as indicated there, so I'm not going to read them through just to save time for the meeting. We've got strategic outcomes on which the team will report in detail. So I'm not going to read them through as well, but just mention them. Outcome 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, with 1 being an effective custodian of the higher education qualifications sub-framework. Secondly, comprehensive and coherent quality assurance system for the higher education sector. The third outcome is a reputable center of intellectual discourse, knowledge generation, and advice on higher education. The fourth outcome is governance, compliance, and risk management. And the fifth is sustainable, responsive, and dynamic organization. All of these are linked to the programs that we are implementing. So the realization of the 5 strategic outcomes are being pursued through 4 implementation programs. Program 1 being management of the higher education qualifications sub-framework and quality promotions related to outcome 1. The second program is quality assurance related to outcome 2. The third program is research, monitoring, and advice related to outcome 3. And the fourth program is related to the 4th and 5th outcome, and that is corporate services. Each program has several functions and sub-programs, and the relationship between the strategic outcomes, programs, and functions or sub-programs are as follows. And that's the last slide from my side. As you can see, the first row shows the strategic outcomes as I have read them. The second row shows the implementation programs as I have mentioned them, the 4 implementation programs. And the last row shows the functions or sub-programs that deal with the work that the CHE is supposed to do. The functions being related to qualification standards and standards development, data management, policy development and review, partnership and collaboration, quality promotion and capacity development. Then those that are related to quality assurance, accreditation, institutional audits, national reviews, development of the integrated quality assurance framework. And the third program relates to the functions of research, monitoring, and advice. In the last program, I've already indicated the governance issues, the corporate services, the finance and supply chain management, and communications and stakeholder relations. So that's the last bit from me. So the next presenter will be the Chief Executive Officer, or Dr. Whitfield Green.
Thank you very much, Prof. Tom. So my input today, members, will be to report briefly on the non-financial performance of the CHE in the 2021-22 financial year. Just to give an indication of overall performance, the CHE in 2021-22 had a 50 targets to achieve. And you can see that achievement has been quite well in the last year, where we were able to achieve 48 targets. 2 targets were unachieved or not achieved fully, leaving us with a 96% achievement rate overall. And the 2 targets, one of them was in the program management of the HEQSF, and really an external facing target. And the other one was an internal target in the corporate program of the CHE. I'm not going to focus on the targets that were achieved. I will pick up on some highlights in relation to those targets in a later slide. But I'd like to just focus on those that have not been achieved for the financial year. The first one was in relation to uploads to the National Learner Records database of student data. And this particularly relates to data from the private higher education institutions that submit to the CHE through a system called HEQUIS. And through that system, we upload to SAQA's National Learner Records database. We have been working over the last while to transfer that system from SAQA to the CHE. However, we encountered a significant problem in relation to the transfer, where the system was built on software that enables validation of the data that was actually proprietary software owned by the service provider that assisted to develop the system in the first place. So we couldn't fully transfer the system to CHE and to take it over without that software. It would not be an operational system. And that caused a delay in the upload of the data. We have resolved this situation now. We have now built a new database system at the CHE, including a software validation in the system that the CHE fully owns. And we're now able to receive data from the private higher education institutions to validate that data and to upload that data to the NRD. So the one upload that was not done in the time frame that we had set has now been done. And we have already uploaded data for this year. So the issue that resulted in this has been resolved. In relation to the internal target in the corporate program, it really was in relation to internal communications and the percentage of CHE staff who engage with the intranet, where we had a target of 75% and the achievement was 61%. And really the reason behind this is that as the CHE implements a digital transformation framework, we have increased our digital platforms substantially. And the intranet is one of those that have been supplemented by Microsoft Teams, as well as by platforms like Yammer, as well as our email system that now operates in the cloud. So we have these multiple ways of engaging staff, including the intranet. In terms of mitigating this target going forward, it actually is not a target in this year's annual performance plan. Internal communications is part of a broader target that you'll see in this year's annual performance plan that relates more broadly to communication and advocacy activities in the CHE. Just to give you some highlights then in relation to the other targets, and again, just a snapshot of some of the highlights. The doctoral review was a significant undertaking in the financial year that we are reporting on now. That doctoral review was concluded in 2021-2022, and we now have published the national report on the review. So we have the 28 reports from the individual institutions that offer doctoral programs. Those 28 reports contain details of issues relating to doctoral provisioning at these institutions. And on the basis of those reports, we have improvement plans underway at the institutions to attend to the issues that have been highlighted. I'm really happy to say that overall, the review did point to our doctoral provisioning in the country being comparable in relation to regional, the continent, and global offerings. And most of our, in fact, all of our institutions met the threshold standards for doctoral provisioning. But there are a number of issues that individual institutions variously have to attend to. We have synthesized from the 28 reports a really strong national report that picks up on issues that you have to deal with at the national level, including issues like funding of the doctorate, supervision, participation in the doctorate, throughput rates in the doctorate, time to completion in the doctorate, the issue of policies, and the issue of student support and student success in the doctorate as key national issues that have come to the fore. And we're working with our other stakeholders, role players, partners, to think about strategies. And we are proposing that we need a national joined up strategy on not just supporting the doctorate, but supporting postgraduate provisioning going forward in the country. The institutional audits have been initiated at all 26 universities and are underway, with some of them already coming to a conclusion. We already have 5 review reports having been compiled by the panels, having been considered at the CHE, and having been sent back to the institutions for verification and accuracy checks. And those 5 reports will be finalized quite soon. And many more will be coming through before the end of the financial year. So the institutional audit process is very well on track. We are going to be meeting the kind of very tight timeframes that we set in place for this audit. You know that no audit for any institution should exceed 18 months, and that you should have a finalized report for every institution by the end of an 18 months period from the initiation of the audit at that institution. And we're well on track to achieve that. We are now moving to initiate the audits at the first 10 private higher education institutions. And this is in line with the registration cycles of these institutions. So as the institutions come up for a re-registration with the department, they will be audited. And one of the inputs into the consideration around re-registration will be the outcomes of the audits. We have initiated the review of the HEQSF. This is underway. A report on the review has been published for public comment, released for public comment rather, with the deadline at the end of this month to submit public comments, which will then allow us to actually work with the review of the actual framework. And very innovative recommendations are coming through that report, including focusing on issues of articulation, qualification and program proliferation, and the need to be more, to enable greater recognition between formal, non-formal, and informal education. The accreditation work is happening much more efficiently now. We do not have the bulge that we saw in the previous years. That bulge has been sorted out. We are meeting timeframes in relation to our accreditation processes and have achieved all the targets that have been set in the annual performance plan for that. The research, monitoring, and advice work is being strengthened substantially. It is a big focus for the CHE at this time. So to build the identity of the CHE as a knowledge organization, as an intellectual hub for higher education. And part of our RMA work contributes to this. So we have submitted advice to the DHET on policies that they're considering revision of or publication of. And in the financial year under consideration, we submitted 3 pieces of advice to the minister. The one on remuneration of vice chancellors and executives, and 2 pieces of proactive advice. One on articulation from TVET into higher education, based on an original request that the portfolio committee had made to the CHE to explore this issue and to identify what the barriers are, but more importantly, to make recommendations around how those barriers can be addressed. And that piece of advice seeks to do that. The third piece of advice focused on the COVID-19 experience and implications for higher education. What are the challenges that higher education is facing and will face going forward? And what do we need to do in relation to mitigation of those challenges? So colleagues, you can see the research work, the intellectual work of the CHE is growing significantly in momentum. And there's been a number of publications that have been published over the last while, including the ones from which we've drawn advice for the minister. And so you can see Vital Stats, a range of Kagisano journals published, briefly speaking articles, which are short, sharp articles that focus on a specific issue, topical issue in higher education. And then the Higher Education Monitor, which focus on COVID-19. We also have the 25-year review of higher education that is now with the publishing company in the final stages of layout before we release that 25-year review. In closing, colleagues, just to alert the committee that, and the committee will know this, that the Minister, Dr. Nzimande, has asked the CHE to take over the function of transformation, monitoring, and oversight in the higher education space. And part of the work last year and into this year has been conceptualizing what that function involves. And we'll be soon finalizing in terms of reference for that function. So an additional mandate for the CHE that we'll be reporting on going forward. I'm going to stop there now and hand over to Dr. Matusi, our CFO, who will talk to our financial report. Oh, my apologies. I wanted to also just give an alert to the committee on the post-occupancy position at the CHE. And you can see we managed to maintain an 87% post-occupancy rate over the year in question, with minimal vacancies, 2 positions on the organizational structure as contract positions. We do have a significant challenge, which we will talk to later in the presentation as well, that the limitation on our compensation of employees' budgets, like the QCTO situation, does not allow us to fully fill our approved organizational structure. And so one of the mitigation strategies we are using is the appointment in contract positions. But this is certainly an issue that we have to be addressing in order to assure complete sustainability for the CHE going forward. I also thought just to give the committee an overview of employment equity at the CHE, and you can see then what the employment equity figures look like. The CHE is a predominantly Black female organization, where we have a 66% women representation and 91% Black representation in terms of our staff. And we have a breakdown in relation to staffing levels in relation to those demographics. And certainly we'll seek to maintain this and enhance this going forward, particularly in relation to the participation, equitable participation at the senior levels. Thank you very much, committee members. And now I'm handing over to Dr. Matusi.
Thank you, CEO. And then to the honorable member, chairperson and honorable members. I think I'll just take you quickly through the financial performance of CHE for the year 21-22. We can go to the next slide, CEO. This slide tries to depict what was revenue received for CHE for the year under review. And I just want to highlight on the accreditation fees. So just explain to the members, this accreditation fees relates to mostly the private institutions that are charged for the accreditations work that we are doing. And the total amount in terms of revenue received is amounting to 79.9 million. Can you, next slide. In terms of the budget against the expenditure incurred for the year under review, as depicted on the slide, is that we have costs of employees and goods and services. You can see, members, that the budget allocated and the expenditure incurred for the year under review, the total amount was, the budget was 99.5, and then the total expenditure is 75.0, which resulted in the variance of 23.9. Which I will explain where does this 23.9 variance comes from, but it's mostly on goods and services because the bulk of the variance is from goods and services. Next slide. The explanation in terms of the previous slide, in terms of cost of employees, as the CEO indicated, I don't want to labor too much on what he said, is about those posts that have not filled. And I think even the interim chair indicated that certain posts are currently being filled. But because this is relating to 2021-22 financial year, majority of the posts has been filled. But this is the picture of the posts that were not filled. And I think what is really important is for the members to know that the cost of living also had an impact in terms of the filling of the post, because there was an instruction from National Treasury due to national budget constraints and labor dispute with labor unions in the country. So this impacted on the cost of employees variance. Next slide. The goods and services, as indicated from the previous slide, is mostly on the variance is more on the administration, and these are just the narrative in terms of what informed the variances. Mostly is on the legal fees for the period under review and cancellation of some governance meetings, because as the CEO indicated, our work is more on peer-driven, and most of the governing structures that we have in place, they need to travel. So if there's in cancellation of meetings or postpone of meetings within the current financial year, it impacts on the overall budget allocated for that. And also the issue that I said, most of the bulk of the figure on the 23 million of the variance was more on the approved rollover of funds which was received in October last year, 2022, and it was not fully spent because of the time taken to conclude IT procurement process, as much as the funds were allocated to IT projects. And I think we are in the same situation as QCTO because there was a moratorium from National Treasury to put on hold procurement of items, and it impacted on these IT procurement processes. Hence, the underspending with regard to that. The draft QEF editorial was not finalized. Research monitoring also had an impact in terms of printing and publication of the 25-year review and higher education monitor. Next slide. The other program which was affected by the underspending was on management of HPSF, which was more on the less payment to honorarium vouchers to the national events and registration for fees paid for the period under review, printing of good practice requested for the period under review, utilization of the 3G cards and data claims by peer academics for policy development and partnership and collaboration. And for program, the other program, which is quality assurance, this was more on the limited travel activities during the period under review due to COVID pandemic, which resulted in lockdown and travel restrictions and no attendance of the accreditation schedule meetings by panel members due to injury, usage of conference registration fees, and contract peer academics for assessment of higher education for the period under review, accreditations for the evaluators claims not paid, printing and publications, and for the doctoral studies, national report not yet paid due to service provider challenges, and the 3G cards and data for accreditation committee and national review members committees for attending individual meetings. The next slide, Stephen. I think it will be befitting for the members of the portfolio committee to know what are the cost drivers for CHE in terms of spending thereof, especially for the year under review. Most of the spending item, which is with the high percentage, is peer academics because we are peer-driven institution. IT expenses at 16, consultancy services and subcommittees 7, both of them, and remuneration of council and committee members. Legal fees, which has now reduced compared to the prior years, where our legal fees were higher because of the challenges that we're getting in terms of other processes for CHE. Remuneration, auditors remuneration, recruitment costs at 3%, cleaning service at 4%, and also telephone and cell phone and data costs because of the visual meetings at 3% and printing and stationery at 3%. Next slide. These cost drivers, and I think we only, the reason why we only wanted to share with you these two is to explain what is contained under IT expenses. Mostly is the license fees, computer consumables, internet subscriptions, contract on support on HPC online system, and contract on support maintenance. For consultancy, it was more on the VIP payroll and HR system consultancy, and also payment to governance subcommittees such as accreditation, human resource recruitment committee, and etc. Next slide. It is for these members to know that for the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we had one amounting to 577 as per the note in terms of the annual financial statements, note number 25. The action that was taken was to write all this in the based on the financial misconduct committee because the concerned employee was not found guilty of negligence. And I think just to explain further is that because the service provider did send an invoice to a supply chain officer who resigned from CHE, so the invoice was still in the inbox of the employee. So hence the late payment of that. In addition to that, even the person who was given a task to be a contact person also resigned from this service provider. So hence we felt as the Financial Misconduct Committee to say, from our side, the employee, there was nobody that was found to be on the wrong side. Hence, it was condoned. Irregular expenditure, we didn't experience any irregular expenditure as per the note in terms of the financial statement. So there was no need for action to be taken with regard to them. In terms of our AG report, we have received for the year under review unqualified audit report. And these are the 3 findings, which I think this slide tried to depict what happened the other year before this year under review, and an indication to say, is this a recurring audit finding or not? And this slide tried to reflect that the accuracy of the cash flow disclosure on the face of the cash flow statement. Just to highlight to the members to know that it was an issue where the different line items for the grants, the recommendation from AG was to say we need to separate them, but it did not have a net effect in terms of their cash flow. And I think that is very critical for the members to note. And it's something that did not even happen in the previous year. But what is interesting is that even in the year 2021, we were disclosing and preparing the cash flow in that manner, and it was never raised by the auditors. But for the 2021-22, then they start raising this issue. Hence, it says it's non-recurring. Other important matters was about the EAPP. For the quarterly reports, the EAPP was correct. It's only on the draft annual report where they picked up that the annual report, there was an error, a mistake in terms of that, which was corrected in the final report. But because they were given the draft to audit, they used that and then they picked up this issue. Expenditure incorrectly classified was more on the diesel. As we know that SAQA owns this building, so we had a generator to support because of load shedding that is currently in place. And even in the prior years, this consumption of the diesel was classified as under maintenance of the building. And it was correctly and it was okayed by the AGSA. Only to realize that this financially under review, they recommend that we need to separate, have a line item, which is building consumables. And all these findings were corrected before the final audit report was issued. Next slide. The actions, you can see it reflects what I said. This was finalized. For the grants and receipt will be separated. Yes, we have separated and we'll make sure that moving forward, it will be separated as recommended by the auditors. And quality check will be done, especially on the formula in terms of Excels, minor issues. And also the quarterly targets will also be quality check before it's reviewed by AGSA. And the last one was the separate line item in terms of building consumables. And I think you can see that it was created. Hence, the start date and the end date is indicating April 22. So as we speak currently, we have a line item called building consumables, where purchases for the diesel consumption is reflected in that line item. Thank you. Next slide. Then we felt it necessary to show to the members the budget baseline for the current year against the MTF. This slide is just depicting what was approved in terms of the MTF and EME in terms of the current year and the MTF period. You can see that it moved from 84 million in the current year, which is 22-23, now is increasing annually from 90.9 and 95 and 99 in 25-26. Next slide. This slide is just giving an indication to the members of the portfolio committee in terms of the breakdown, the breakdown with regards to the previous slide to say how did we allocate the budget, the totals to the total allocation of 84, 90, 95, and 99. And it was allocated between the two classification, which is compensation of employees and goods and services. You can see from the slide that is projected before you that the compensation of employees against the goods and services is slightly lower than the goods and services. Next slide. This is just a narrative to the members for them to note that the requested budget baseline injection, which was granted by National Treasury through THEAD, is to make sure that we continue with the implementation of CHE mandate, implementing the strat plan that we have, implementing the approved quality assurance framework by all programs with the support from program administration. Next slide. The risk associated with the baseline over the MTF period, I think we felt it necessary to highlight to the members of the portfolio committee that the composition of employee as highlighted by the CEO does not cater for the following. All posts that we have in the current organizational structure, hence some people are appointed as peer academics on fixed-term contracts to assist the organization to do what they are supposed to do. Annual performance bonus salary scales based on employees' annual performance outcomes and increase in the annual cost of living adjustment as determined by Department of Labor, National Treasury, and labor unions. And I think members can currently, they are aware that currently there is negotiations with regard to the salary salaries for the public sector. And this one is going to be approved, is going to make sure that we need to have some funds we can be in the position to pay the employees for the back pays that are due to them. The ratio in terms of the COE against the goods and services, you can see that the COE is 45 against the 55 for goods and services, while for the MTF is 40 against 60 for goods and services. Slide. As we continue with the risk associated with that on goods and services, the allocation when we were looking at this is that it do not be catered for or is limited in relation to the following, due to the fact which was highlighted by the CEO and all institutional site visits that are required to be effective implemented for quality assurance functions, which mostly include travel by the peer academics, will raise a risk for us. Quality assurance is a peer-driven exercise, and that the budget for the peer academic to be involved in the quality assurance activities is limited. Additional functions and activities that the CHE is requested to undertake outline of the planned APP. So if there's no any injection, that means we'll have to reprioritize every time and again for the next financial and see what we can do within the limited budget. Thank you. Next slide. I think that is all. I'll hand over to the CEO to make a conclusion to comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muthusi. And I'm going to ask Prof. Tom to please come in and provide some concluding reflections.
Thanks to both the CEO and the CFO for the sections that they've presented on. Chairperson and committee members, as you can see from this presentation, this year's budget is under significant pressure as the institutional audits get fully underway, and it is highly likely that the budget will be fully spent. An early approval of rollover this year will enable many of the digital transformation plans of the CHE to be implemented and for other shortfalls to be covered. The compensation of employees' budget allocation is a severe limitation on the ability of the CHE to implement its full organizational structure. And this will be even more of a challenge as the revised organizational structure to support the implementation on the new quality assurance framework is finalized. We have to be aware that the CHE is a human resource intensive because it's the use of intellectual capabilities of people, whether they are in the organization themselves or they are outside the organization, as we do the peer academics use of people in the higher education sector. The CHE mandate is expanding, as explained by the CEO earlier on, and I'm not going to repeat that. We have had some discussions on the fact that the function should be followed by the resources, and we hope that the resources will be fully allocated. The CHE Annual Research Conference is taking place for the 1st to the 3rd of March 2023 under the theme Promoting Access to and Success in Postgraduate Studies. The CHE will be celebrating its 25th anniversary in 2023, and a number of events will be held to mark the milestone. And we hope members of the Portfolio Committee will celebrate with us as we celebrate 25 years. The CHE will welcome a new council at the end of this year, as I indicated earlier on. Chairperson, I say we will celebrate because we never stop working for higher education, even when we are outside the Council on Higher Education. It's a very important structure for higher education in the country, and we will be part of that celebration even as our term ends. I think I will stop there and await questions. Hopefully most of the questions that were raised in the letter that we received have been answered, but there may still be some additional points that are needing clarity, and we are ready to clarify that. And I hope at that stage we'll also have a female voice. Unfortunately, Chair, 3 men have presented, and we don't have a female voice in the structure except for the Audit and Risk Committee member, who will also be part of answering the questions. So the time is for questions and comments from the committee. Thanks very much.
Hi, thank you very much to the leadership of the CHE. I would at this point like to note members who would like to engage, and I'm glad that we're making reflections on ourselves in terms of the representation that is not there. I think, something that the department needs to take note of that does speak to planning is the fact that, the CHE has been overspending. And it's not a, I mean, I think in the previous year, we also overspent. And so I think that's something that we need to work on. And this year we overspent, something that we need to work on because perhaps or clearly the CHE does not have a sufficient budget. And so I don't know, what the conversations between the department and yourselves have been in relation to that. Let me just see if I see Honorable Itzia's hand has gone up. Shame, Honorable Itzia, even on your birthday, you are such a committed representative of citizens of this country. We must wish you a happy birthday. If I had time to make a state of Litzia's birthday address, I would do so and unpack on the massive contributions that you have made to this committee and to Parliament and to the people of South Africa at large as you continue to serve. But Morena, we really thank you and we wish you a happy, happy birthday. Sibonge kuZimu for the day that he brought you onto this earth. Let me then take yourself, Honorable Itziya, then I'll come back with my questions. I mean, some of them will speak to the remuneration of vice chancellors. I think colleagues from the entity have tried to sort of allude to issues around the filling of vacancies, which we must say does remain a concern for ourselves. Yeah, I think I'll leave it at that for now. I'll take Honorable Itziya and then I'll come back to the others. Honorable Itziya.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we must give you 15 years before we can allow you to do a state of the birthday address. It's too early. But thank you very much for wishing us well on the day we were born. Let's thank the presentation from Council for Higher Education. Appreciate the work that colleagues there continue to do, including the new mandate that they've received now. I'm confident that CHE will come right. Chair, I want to agree with you that CHE in year 2018, 19, 19, 20, they received clean audit. But even then, when they received clean audit, they had overspent on their budget. In fact, those 2 financial years that overspent, their overspending or whatever was 120%. Maybe we need to have a conversation of why CHE overspends. Maybe we must look at that. Is it misalignment of the APPs and the budget? What's wrong? Maybe colleagues must take us through that. And 2020-21 and 21-22 financial year, again they overspent 126% the previous financial year, and they under reviews 108%. Again, overspending on the budget and not achieving 100%, even though this year they achieved 96% of their targets. But their audit opinion in 2021 and 21-22 is unqualified with findings. Maybe colleagues must take us through what is this thing that makes them not to go back to their clean audits that they would have achieved before. There was a slide that the CEO shared, which shows the demographics. I think it was his last slide. Of concerning the CEO is that your entity has 0 males and 0 females who are of Indian descent. Maybe take us through why is that the case? Because some of us will represent everybody. Why don't we have Indian employees at the entity? Of course, you also don't have white males, but at least white females are there. But this one, the most consistent one with 0%, 0%, is on the number of Indian employees, 0. What are the issues? Maybe take us through those things. Mr. Mvalo, when he started, he indicated that since the 14th of July, when the term of office of the previous chair of the board, one of my favorites, Ntatemusia left, there's not been an appointment, but somebody acting there. And we know that July, August, September, October, it's 3 months now. Actually, today is exactly 3 months because it's the 14th of October. It's exactly 3 months since the Ntatemusia left there. And we have Prof. Tom, who is acting there, who is also just informed us that Leone December is leaving. You know, I don't know if I will be doing justice if I ask these questions to CHE, or whether I must ask it to the department. Or why? I don't know who's standing in for the acting DG. Why is the position not filled? And what are the challenges of not filling this vacancy? Has the minister put a process of filling in the board positions that will be vacated by, amongst others, Prof. Tom, who will be leaving in December, and those that their term of office are ending very soon. And if there's this process, when can we expect the filling of this position? If there's no process, why? And all of that. On the remuneration of vice chancellors, Chair, I heard you wanted to enter there, and senior managers in public institutions. If you remember, we had requested the minister to look into these new remunerations. CHE reported that it had provided the advice to the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation on the remunerations of vice chancellors and senior executives. CHE, has the minister considered your advice? If so, what is the way forward in terms of implementing these recommendations? And can the department chair, maybe if they are not here, can we write them a letter and request that they share this report with the committee? The interim chair, Dr. Tom, in your forward, you are saying that following the end of the term of office of the Transformation Oversight Committee, the minister requested that CHE incorporate sectoral oversight of transformation as an additional mandate to your functions. CHE has started to formulate an approach to taking this mandate forward, including initiating the conceptualization of a transformation monitoring framework and incorporating an integrated focus on transformation across the external quality assurance functions of QAF, as the nature of these EQA functions are being finalized. The sectoral oversight of transformation is an additional mandate to yourselves. Did the transfer of these functions from the Transformation Oversight Committee to CHE come with funding, noting that you're also known for overspending? Did it come with funding? If not, does CHE have the requisite funds to implement this mandate? Will the CHE require additional human resource to fill or to execute this mandate? Will this, you know that the CHE has started to formulate an approach to taking this mandate forward, including initiating the conceptualization of a transformation monitoring network. What are the time frames of this thing? And when will you commence with the reporting on sectoral oversight of transformation, given the slow pace of transformation and unabated incidents of racism at some of these institutions, namely those ones that Stellenbosch, who just, when they are drunk or high on drugs, they just urinate on other people's things. CHE, we have reported that there is a task team that we have appointed on online and blended learning that will make recommendations on how accreditation of programs can be considered for programs that have been accredited for the contact mode of delivery and are now to be offered online and on blended modalities. We are also developing standards for online and blended learning that will underpin the quality assurance process of accreditation and reviews. What are the timelines to report on the recommendations of the task team on online and blended learning, whether the envisaged standards for online and blended learning will be ready for 2023 academic year as institutions are implementing online and blended learning. Well, I hope you are not ready. We want to finish first before you, but I'm joking on a serious, that was just on a lighter note. And lastly, Chair, in terms of accreditation, you are saying a total of 301 applications for program accreditations were received via the Higher Education Quality Committee online system, of which 144 were from public universities and 71 were for NQF level 8. What areas of specialization do this application focus on? I know this one, you might not be able to respond to it now, maybe in writing, Chair, after 7 days. They must just give us a proper full table that we can make sense on this one. And then 2, CHE, are you able to assess whether the new programs responds to the shortage of scarce and critical skills, including those identified as in high demand? So these programs, do they respond to jobs of the future, aligned to critical skills jobs and all of that? Lastly, Chair, or the last part of the last part is that we went to Vaal University of Technology yesterday. They reported to us on an oversight check. They reported to us that what do you call this thing? The Technology, University of Technology, MTech and BTech, they are phasing them out for the last time now. I think is this year or next year, it will be the last time, because they are no longer in line with what the standards that we have put. Have we finalized the replacing BTechs and MTechs of these courses that you have taken out from the BTechs and the MTechs? So if we finalize the framework, the modalities of those that will be, I know the advanced you are already started, but the MTech one, and are we on the same page, so that we don't have students who are supposed to be doing MTechs wondering, not knowing whether they are going left or right? Again, thank you very much, CHE. I know the passion, chairperson of the CEO of CHE, when it comes to these things. So I know that even their answers will be proper. The problem is that they just overspend. I don't know what's wrong and what are they overspending on. And can we also go back to Clean Audit CEO? Let's put together mechanisms in place for us to be there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Litia. I don't see other hands up, so I'm assuming other members are covered. You know, there's a concern I've had for some time, and I'm not sure if it's been adequately addressed by members from these different, or rather from the sector or from the ecosystem that we find ourselves within. And this question has been about the quality of the teacher training program at UNISA. And my concern has always stemmed from the fact that the institution produces so many educators, yet having experienced the curriculum itself as someone who studied at the institution, the curriculum is not where it ought to be, in my view, be it there are so many young people who are going through this particular curriculum. And then in relation to even the experience of remote learning or blended learning, and the question around who really is going through this particular qualification, you know, is of such great concern to me, because the ethics around a qualification being you know, BSc in whatever, non-pendulos BA in whatever. It's collective effort in a sense that there'll be group work for certain assessments. You will get guidance and supervision from your lecturer, but ultimately it's you who's being tested on whether or not you have a particular skill. And then we get shocked when we have officials, public servants, or people who are participating in the economy who have a qualification in something, but when you ask them to deliver on work that is related to their qualification, they can't. And I think it's something that we need to continuously look into, because you see, colleagues, when we're discussing here, yes, it's the annual performance reports, but it is through these reports that we can start shaping what it is that we want to do in our planning, you know. And I think I mean, we've had conversations to some extent when DHET did come and present to us when we were dealing with issues of concern in basic education. But I would like to be brought into confidence that there is something that we are doing as a system to address that. Then Honorable Lizia covered me with regards to the report on the remuneration of VCs, and I think the minister had alluded to it in our previous meeting. I think on Wednesday he said that is work that they can soon bring to our attention. But of course, we would also like to get from the CHE, what they know about this particular report. And then I would also like to, sorry, let me just check my notes. So we're not doing so well in relation to attracting employees with disabilities. And of course, we do take into consideration the efforts that have been put in place, with other organizations in relation to this. But I don't know if colleagues can sort of give us an understanding of where the trouble or the challenge is. So do we have citizens who are applying with disabilities who are applying and not meeting the criteria? Or do we not have anyone applying at all? And I raise this concern because it then poses a disjuncture where you have people with disabilities saying they are unemployed and they want opportunities, yet we are saying we are failing to attract them. And therefore that in itself outlines a disjuncture that we need to look into. And one would like to understand what the experience of colleagues is in terms of what brings us to that point. And then lastly, yeah, I think I will leave it at that for now and hand over to yourselves, colleagues, to respond, and then we should be able to close the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for the comments and questions. I will allow the team to respond to the best of their ability, and then I will come back at the end to make concluding remarks, except for 2 points that I will respond to now. One is in relation to the delays in appointment of chairperson and why. I was hoping that there would be somebody from the department to respond to that. But when I was appointed
it's fine, Chair. There are some questions that should be answered by the department.
Yes, if they are here, they can answer.
There are representatives from the department.
The second one is on the remuneration of vice chancellors and senior executives in higher education. That one, we have, at least we had some discussions with the department. The process that the minister decided on was to go through cabinet before they took another step. So we are at this stage not privy to a final decision on the advice that we gave. And we are awaiting that. We were informed that there's been an approach to the portfolio committee, but at least at this stage, there is nothing that has come through for us. We will still convey to the department, of course, that the committee would like to have sight of the report. So we will convey that. If there is no representative from the department who is here, we will take that message through as well. I will stop there. Yes, indeed, the transformation oversight function is an additional mandate for the CHE. And with our reputation of overspending, we would not like to overspend without having the resources. We have given further information on what we will require. Of course, there were some delays in announcing this first, and I'm sure the CEO will respond further on where things are now with the resourcing for that function. Let me stop there for now, Chairperson, and allow the team to respond, and then I will come in later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Tom, and thank you, honorable members. I'll respond on some of the non-financial questions, and then Dr. Matsusi will come in on the financial and audit questions. Just in terms of the demographics of staffing at the CHE. So we have an equity plan, and in our equity plan are targets and certainly recruitment of colleagues of Indian descent and colleagues with disabilities is part of the target. So we're actively trying to recruit in this fashion. I mean, the issue really is who applies for posts at the end of the day and the competences that they come in with. We haven't received applications from people with disabilities for the substantive posts that we are advertising. And certainly when we do receive those applications, we will balance the approach with recruiting the person that has the skills, but also taking cognizance of the need to have equitable staff representation at the CHE. Prof. Mani Naidu, who was the Director Accreditation, was the sole person of Indian descent up to the end of her tenure, and she's gone on retirement at the end of the last financial year. And that post is under recruitment at this point. And we'd want to see who we get applying for it, and then hopefully to be able to match our recruitment with our equity plan in terms of filling these posts. At the end of the day, it has to be an issue of balancing our equity plan, equity targets with recruiting the person that is capable of doing this important work. In relation to the transformation function, yes, we are working vigorously to unpack what it means for the CHE, and Honorable Letsi has pointed to how we're approaching this. We want it not to be an add-on, and it certainly shouldn't be an add-on. There's an intrinsic link between quality and transformation. And so that's the approach we've taken. You can't have a quality system that's untransformed. And if we have an untransformed system, then certainly there's big issues around quality to be asked. So that's the kind of approach, and hence we're embedding it within our quality assurance work in the first instance. So every quality assurance exercise going forward will have an aspect of transformation linked to it. So we'll be asking questions around transformation. So for example, when we do accreditation, there will be questions around transformation, and particularly transformation of the curriculum then. And relating to the questions that Honorable Letzi asked around the responsiveness of programs and curricula to the changing world of work and to the issue of scarce and critical skills in the economy. So transformation using the big idea of transformation and moving beyond the idea of just transformation as demographics will be how we're addressing it. And we think that if we do this, then the resourcing becomes a part of how we do our work going forward. Obviously, there will be a need for more resources, but to kind of embed it in our work will be one way to mitigate the need for an extensive big injection. Some of the work will require an injection of resources though. The transformation monitoring framework, the development of that, and then undertaking that work going forward, building the database, producing an annual report, a monitoring report on transformation in the sector will be an additional piece of work that we'll need to do that will be resourced. So the process is for us to finalize the terms of reference, to clearly articulate how this function will be taken forward, to indicate the budget and staffing implications that relate to this function, and to engage the DHET on that. And we're wanting to do that in this financial year, so that aspects of this work take off in the next financial year. In relation to online and blended learning, so the task team, the work is underway. There is engagement with the institutions, understanding what they're doing and how they see themselves going forward for the future. That report will serve with recommendations at the HEQC of 9 February next year. So that's a target date for finalization of the report, the task team work, and clear recommendations made to the HEQC. And then on the basis of those recommendations, we'll communicate directly thereafter to the institutions to enable sufficient time for them to plan for what happens in the 2024 academic year in terms of delivery. So the current dispensation around offering of programs in a range of modalities remains in place until we finalize processes and communicate to the institutions in February next year. In relation to Prof. Letzi, Honorable Letzi's questions on the issue of what are the nature of the programs that are being submitted for accreditation, we will give that breakdown. We will submit a report to the portfolio committee within the 7 days Honorable Letzi has asked, that shows clearly what those programs actually are. In addition to those coming from private and publics, what areas of a specialization they are focusing in. In relation to Honorable Makotra's questions around the quality of teacher training and with a particular focus on UNISA, I think you've honed in on really an important aspect of an ecosystemic approach to strengthening teacher education more broadly. The DHET initiated a review of initial teacher education at UNISA in 2020, and a substantive report was produced on that review, which made specific recommendations around strengthening the teacher education operations at UNISA. I was still part of the DHET at that point in time. And UNISA was asked to develop an improvement plan responding specifically to the recommendations in that report. So I think an engagement with the DHET and particularly the Directorate for Initial Teacher Education on the progress with that process would shed some light on the issues that were identified as well as the implementation improvement plan that UNISA is putting in place. Further to that, and in response to the bigger issues that have been raised around teacher education more broader than UNISA, the CHE is embarking on the development of a qualification standard for the Bachelor of Education. And following that qualification standard development, we will be undertaking a review of initial teacher education offerings across the country. Very similar to the work that we undertook with the doctoral review. The next big one is a focus on initial teacher education. That work has started already. You'll see it's captured in our planning for this year, and then in our planning for next year. The work around developing the standard is already underway, and the review will happen in the next financial year. And so we'll have a strong sense of whether all the initiatives that have already been put in place to strengthen initial teacher education, massive investments, whether they are actually finding the traction and having the impact that they intended. And we'll have a good sense of the state of quality of initial teacher education provisioning as a result of that engagement. In relation to Honorable Letsy's question around the MTech and the BTechs, so those are legacy qualifications that were not aligned to the HEQSF. And so they were required to be phased out by the end of 2019, December 2019. And currently they are in teach out. So there's still some students moving through them, but they students that were registered for the first time before the end of 2019. The replacement programs are in the HEQSF. Essentially, the replacement program is the advanced diploma. So you're going to have an advanced diploma in technology and a master's in technology for the MTech, basically. So master's in technology that conforms with the requirements of the HEQSF. So institutions, some institutions have been developing those, and some institutions are offering in respect of that already, but certainly not at the scale that the BTech and the MTechs were being offered. And institutions have to kind of move into the new qualifications, but the new qualifications are there. Let me stop there, Chair. I think I have covered all the questions that were asked that are more kind of related to the core issues, and ask the CFO to deal with the financial issues.
Thank you, Prof. Tom and the CEO. Just to respond, CEO, can we just open the slide on as I respond so that I can show the members on slide number 22, 21, and 22. I have the Chair, Honorable Chair Mkwasa and Honorable Litsias referring mostly to the issue of overspending and indicating that even in the prior years, we have been overspending. This is not the case. It's not the case because the slide that I wanted the CEO to show, up CEO, is a reflection that we are not overspending. Instead, we are underspending. And hence, we make reference to the rollover of funds from the prior years, which has been accumulating up to now. So I looked at the documents and I look at the prior years' financial statements. We have been underspending. Hence, there's an accumulation of rollover of funds that was requested from Treasury. In this slide that the CEO just projected now, you can see that the previous slide, CEO, just highlight the previous one, is 79, which is the revenue, and the spending, next slide, the spending is 75. So they cannot be overspending, because then you need to say 79 minus 75 is underspending. Hence, we make reference in our presentation to underspending. And we even talked about the variances in different programs, which informs the overall picture of the underspending. So I wanted to respond to that. Just to give a guarantee to Honorable Lissie about the issue of the audit. Yes, we really want to go back to the trend of getting an audit, clean audit. And most of the issues that were raised, I think I highlighted because maybe I was rushing. the 3 audit findings that were raised, they did not have the negative impact overall. It was the issue of the interpretation between the AGSA and ourselves, where they felt that we need to change line items to be reported in such a way. And they felt that in future, we need to make sure that moving forward, hence I indicated in my presentation that it's not a recurring audit finding. So we hope that even in the current year and where we are in the current year, everything will be in order based on the advice from the auditors themselves to say, for future, we need to separate these line items in terms of reporting, because there were no major issues that was raised by the auditors. It was the issue of separating the expenditures. At the end of the day, the expenditure will remain the same, but the fact of the matter was just to have a separate line item with regard to that. And in considering the issues raised by the auditors, they are not so material. It's a matter of trying to make sure that we separate these line items moving forward, and which I think we have already done it for this current financial year moving forward. So I think that is what I wanted to respond to, but I think I wanted to highlight more on the issue of overspending. We have never overspent, because immediately when you overspend, you need to get an authority, because overspending is an authorized expenditure. It must be approved by the delegated people. So we have not overspent. We are within our budget throughout. Instead, we have been underspending throughout. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks to both the CEO and the CFO for the clarifications that they have given. And mine really is to seeing that there is no member of the department who's responding to the question. I can clarify what we have been told.
I will allocate time to the person, Chair. I will direct the person to respond to that.
Okay, fine, thanks. So mine really then is to thank the committee for giving us the opportunity to present the annual report and clarify some of the issues that are pertinent to ensuring that higher education succeeds in the country. The questions are quite helpful, and the questions are quite penetrating, and making sure that we can think and ensure that we improve where improvement is required. I'm glad that the CFO has clarified the issue of underspending. Yes, the challenges with the rollovers and not spending the rollovers that are requested previously has been related to late approval of the rollovers. Fortunately, I think this financial year, there's been a process to accelerate the approval of rollovers. So there may not be a challenge in terms of rollovers next year. However, the issue about the compensation of employees is a critical one. We cannot work without people. That's a critical issue in the CHE. We need to have people in place to ensure that we can deal with the goods and services as well, so that there is no underspending in those areas as well. So it's something that we need to debate further and discuss further with the Treasury, because the ratio that the CFO related to is being reduced almost every year, that you must reduce your cost of employees and increase the goods and services spending. Ultimately, the services will be related to people. If we cannot employ people in the system, then we've got to source people outside and make sure that they do some of the work that we could be doing internally. So these are some of the challenges that we will be addressing as time goes on. Chairperson, really, I would like to thank you for this. I've not been in the presentations in the past, but this is the end of the term for this particular council. Some of us are serving for the second term, so we will not be coming back. Some of those who are in the first term may be approved to come back. So we will thank you for assisting us. It's the end of term for all of us. Whoever comes back will be in the new term. So we thank you for assisting the CHE to pursue its mandate in a way that is efficient and effective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to colleagues from the CHE. Maybe let me clarify the CFO. So, and maybe I was not clear when I spoke, but that's why I think I kept referring to the department giving us insight on this matter. When I was speaking about the underspending, I'm aware that when you take your total expenditure against your total revenue, it amounts to about 94.6% of your total revenue, with an underspending of about 5.4%. However, when we then look at your total expenditure or the total expenditure against your total departmental subsidy, right? It amounts to about 108%, with an overspending of 8% or about 5.6 million. So I think maybe I wasn't clear, but I was speaking about the overspending in relation to the subsidy that the department gives you, unless my understanding is incorrect, but that is what I would like to understand. So if I'm correct in terms of the subsidy that you receive from the department, then you can indicate to me, and that is why we're saying the department must maybe revisit the transfer or allocation to the CHE. But maybe I'm wrong, but maybe let's clarify that before we continue. Because I'm going to hand over to the department now.
Yes, Chair, I think then
maybe let the question be clear. Maybe let me make the question clear. In terms of the subsidy that you receive from the department, do you have sufficient funds?
No. Hence, in the last presentation from the CEO and also the interim chair indicated that the injection or the grants that we are getting is not sufficient enough. And I think we are mostly, besides the grants that we are getting, we are relying on the accreditation fees, charging higher private institutions and other income. But besides that, that grant that we normally get from for us to do what we are supposed to do is not sufficient. And I hear then after your explanation where you are coming from, which I think you are correct. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, CFO. Tina, we didn't study finance. So, you know, we have to make sure that we are clear and we are on the same page. Having said that, can I then reach out to colleagues from the department? I don't know who's available, but also maybe also to Zamahlangu from the HESA. I see Mr. Makitla, you're also on the platform. There was a statement that was made, I think, in relation to slide 29. And again, CFO, you can assist me here. But how I come to understand it is that you had said that there is a matter that the AG did not have a problem with in the previous year, which they then had a problem with this year. And I hope I'm understanding you correctly. Now, can the AG assist us in understanding that and how we found ourselves in that particular position? And then maybe I must start with the AG first. And maybe CFO, you'll have to assist me. But the matter was on slide 29, where you were then taking us through your audit opinion and the audit findings of the HESA. And then I'll go then back to, then after that we can go to the department. Mr. Makitla, Sister Mahlang, I don't know who will take the matter.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members, and members from the Council on Higher Education. Maybe I can take that, Chairperson. Just starting off with, I think it would be the matter relating to the finding that we raised relating to the cash flow statement in the financial statements on the Council on Higher Education. And we would have raised that as a non-compliance with Section 55 of the PFMA, where we're just saying that there were material misstatements with regards to the way that the cash flow statement, the misstatement in relation to how the cash flow statement was calculated in the current year. And just maybe to cover the element about the prior and the current year, I think the only difference would be, because we are not necessarily in disagreement with the auditee in terms of whether this actually was a misstatement or not. The only difference would that be in the current year, it was a material misstatement that would then resulted in that non-compliance in the financial statements or non-compliance with the PFMA in the current year. Otherwise, the matter would have been in the prior year, but it would not have filtered into our audit report because of the materiality of the misstatement in the prior and in the current year. I hope that covers you, Chairperson, just in with regards to that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for that response. Thank you very much, CFO, for flighting that slide. I think we now have a better understanding in relation to that. I'd like to then hand over to the department to respond to some of the questions that were directed, that I think the department is better fit to respond to. And I think it would be very important for us, because the department did come and present to us about a number of matters we were concerned about relating to DBE, or to the basic education sector. Now, I think what would be important is to get an update from UNISA regarding their implementation of the review that they were supposed to do. So the plan that they were supposed to put in place after the work of the department in relation to their teacher education training. So I think we'd have to follow up. In fact, my preference with that would be that we need to follow up with the institution itself, and the institution itself must bring us into confidence around the teacher education program. Let me hand over then to the department. I don't know who will take it on behalf of DDG Mbalo. Okay, I see Mr. Mabuza, you may go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members and colleagues. Can I kindly request that you allow us to take the questions and convey them to the university branch, seeing that in this meeting there is no representative of the university branch. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, that should be fine. Can I just check from honorable members if there are any, given that we are now at the end of our program, if there are any matters that we would have discussed earlier with the three entities that you'd still like to raise, and if not, then we would then get some closing remarks from the department, and then I will close the meeting. Any members in relation to the three presentations that we received? Okay, I don't see any hands, so I think members are fine with the separate engagements we've had with each entity. Colleagues, thank you so much for your availability this morning leading into the early afternoon. Thank you for your inputs and your presentations. Let's continue where we have regressed and not done as well as we should have done. Let's put a plan in place. Let us implement that plan, share that plan with the portfolio committee. There are matters, Mr. Mabuza, regarding the office of the chair. at the CHE. I don't know if you're in a position to answer that. If not, I'll have to then, request that explanation in writing.
Yes, Chairperson. That was what I was explaining, that in the absence of the representative from the university branch, we will convey such message because I'm representing the skills branch. So I do not have the responses to those, but I will take notes and hand over such questions to the relevant branch. Thank you.
All right, there are a number of questions and queries that came in our deliberations. Mr. Mbalo has answered some of them have not been answered. Please do package those, and can we please have a response within the next 7 days to those matters? So as I was saying, there are audit action plans that will have to be put in place that will then have to be shared with the committee. There are areas where we need to fill vacancies. There are areas where we need to implement what we've not been able to implement. There are areas where we need to investigate. There's quite a substantive amount of work that we need to do. There is good work that we are doing, and we acknowledge that great work that we are doing, but ours is always to strive to do better. So I want to really thank colleagues from the QCTO, from the CHE, from SAQA as well, for presenting your reports this morning and afternoon. We've made observations, and I trust that the Secretariat has made those observations. There are recommendations that will then be coupled with that. Let us use the reflections that members have given, colleagues, let us use the reflections that members have made to introspect on our planning. I think it's so important that coming out of a review of our performance, we need to start thinking, how can we better plan? So that, for example, Mr. Motusi, the department must reflect on how they can give you a greater subsidy, or allocation towards yourselves. We need to reflect, colleagues, on our intersectionality and inclusivity and how we can better plan for the space to absorb those who are saying we are unemployed and we are living with disabilities. Let us reflect, colleagues, on these disjunctures that we are finding in relation to accreditation vis-a-vis funding for tuition, and how that creates I didn't want to use the word disjuncture again, but it does create some sort of a break in pattern in terms of the flow and synergy that we need within the sector. So colleagues, there's different work that we all need to do in our different entities. Let us reflect, let us put the plans together, let us correct, let us plan better, let us plan according to the budget that we have so we don't overspend or underspend. Thank you so much. Let us put the right people at the helm of the various responsibilities that they are given. Where the department is taking long to fill certain positions, we need to expedite that so that there are people who are there who can do the work. But we also appreciate the reflection that, for example, the SAQA was able to make, to say, hey, this person is not really best fit to do this work that we need them to do, and therefore we need them, we need to suspend them. And we will be engaging further with the leadership of SAQA to get an understanding of how they find themselves, where they are. Let me just check if there are any outstanding matters here. No, I think, there's a number of other, just still on this matter of qualifications, we do need to also not only look into the MTechs and the BTechs that Honorable Itia was speaking about, but even these advanced diploma qualifications, there are challenges in that regard in terms of funding and so forth. And that just speaks to the ecosystem, or the PSET ecosystem really having to tighten itself and work closer together so that we close all these loopholes. Let me leave it at that, colleagues. It is a Friday, it's 2 o'clock, it's very hot in Johannesburg. It's change of season. Some of us, our voices just sound, husky the whole time, but we are hoping that colleagues have found this engagement fruitful and that they will commit themselves to strengthening the organizations that they have been given the honor to serve and lead. Thank you, honorable members and colleagues. That brings us to the end of our meeting.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Bye. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody. Bye, 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 bye.